matter what life throws at you, take it on. Whoa, fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. I don't believe in any miracles. I risk a lot every day. Gambling's only for fools. Take nothing for granted. If you don't seize the chance, it's over for you. Life never goes the way you want. That's how it is. No matter what happens, face it all head on. Whoa, fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. Life is a cloud, swimming against the harshest wave. The moment you give in, you'll get wiped out. Oh, fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. Fight like a tiger, fight like a tiger, fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till I die.
Hi, my name's Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun, but we're not writing a game today. Oh no. This is a case that, people have asked me to do for a while. I believe it's because they hold nothing but malice toward me. But, and I've been putting it off. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know how to do it properly. How do you approach one of arguably the most infamous games in tabletop gaming? How do you do it? Thank you very much, Darth Finch, for subscribing. Kissu kissu, mwah. Love you very much. I don't have anything fun and exciting, I'm sorry. I'm very dull in that regard. But how do you talk about Fatal? How do you talk about it? Oh, we got an early manly co-host. I'm gonna lead into that for just one moment. Oh god, bad Darth Finch. Oh god, yeah, you'll fit in just fine. But Fatal is a unique thing because Fatal is a game about fantasy adventures and adult lechery. Fatal is a game about anal circumference. Fatal is a game about calculating your cock length. I'm not going to lie. That's just what Fatal is. Fatal is the game about... Fatal is the game about doing terrible things to women. It's about doing terrible things to men in that regard. It's just about doing terrible things. But how do you approach Fatal? How do you go into it? How do you read Fatal? But the secret is, I just went into it as it was intended. Straight down the line. Fatal is a game about historically accurate bugbear rape. I really wish that were the case. Hello. Hello, oh man, why do you gotta have these kind of names? Crystar? Crystar reference? 0 out of 10, huh? So, I just want to give everyone give you an idea of what we're actually getting into here a little bit. This is Fatal. This is, fantasy adventures and adult lechery. Some of the various pieces. Very odd. Yeah, we'll get to that. Don't you worry about things. But the thing is, Fatal is such a unique game to review because this is Fatal to most people. This image right here. It's a weird Coomer RPG. It's the, hey everybody, look, it's so weird and disgusting, and here's my anal circumference roll, and here's the giants who eat children, and ha ha ha, look, it's so edgy. So strange. But I generally have no fucking idea if that is the case. Fatal is, I do not believe Fatal is playable, however. But what is Fatal at its core? Well, it was originally released in 2004 by Fatal Games. Yes, that's kind of the name. It's just Fatal Games. The only person that people know about, because if we really want to know, Fatal Games itself has nothing. There's nothing here, in fact. There is one person that is behind it all, that we've somewhat uncovered. This is Byron Hall. Byron Hall is a unique duck in a few different ways. And there are a few looks about things. Now, me and Cole have actually done quite a bit of looking into Byron, because Cole Akronach wanted to buy the Fatal rights. He wanted to make his own version of Fatal, and he wanted to buy the rights from our boy Byron Hall right here. However, if you really look, he is taught at Northern Illinois University, earned his MA in quantitative research, pre-doctoral work in structural equation modeling. One of the other odd things about Byron is that we've discovered over time, he has started a bunch of businesses, like many businesses. And a lot of these businesses failed dramatically, like just terribly dramatically. One of his most recent ones was from, I think about 2018, 2019-ish, which was effectively math counseling. As in counseling, but you use statistics. Because that's who this guy is. He's a weird autist, and everything he does turns to lead. The example character has negative, questions for me, and I'm in classes like DMs via Discord. Yeah, Statisticat LLC and Stoic Therapy. Yes, Statisticat LLC. Like, to give you kind of an idea of like, this is one of his major things was Statisticat LLC. This was one of his things that he did. He made a few things, it didn't really go anywhere. Like, then he made Stoic Therapy, Stoic. Stoicism, Complete Guide to Understanding It. He did a bunch of things with various companies, and none of them have ever gone anywhere. For various fucking reasons, because they're just bad. And there's bad ideas, and things just fall apart for Byron, because he is the opposite of Midas. Everything he touches turns to lead. Everything he does is worthless. But he is notoriously, I guess you would call protective of Fatal. And I think there's a few reasons for that. And one of the major reasons is that this is probably his most famous work by a country mile. This is his magnum opus, you could say. But I mean, there's a question to be raised. Now, this is a very fascinating question. Even if you make something bad that is universally bad, even if it is fully remembered, is that fully the worst thing ever? Because a Fatal has been remembered more than probably most games out there. Most tabletop role-playing games have been forgotten to the sands of time, with barely anyone actually even knowing they exist, with very few of them actually even seeing, well, any attention, really. But here is this guy who made a game that is still talked about today, even if it is in memes. The fact that you can say, roll for anal circumference, the fact that you can say that and people immediately know, even if they have just like the most like bare bones knowledge of tabletop role-playing games, has a weird idea to it. Like, it has lasted time by being weird and bad and strange and various other words. But I'm not gonna dilly-dally any longer. I'm not gonna dilly-dally. I'm not gonna think about shared trauma we all have. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those things, like, the second you start going deeper into RPGs, you learn about Fatal and things go wrong. But I actually have a character. I made a character by hand. It's a very important thing to say, that I made this character completely by hand. Not the character sheet, of course, that was actually done by someone, but I didn't use a generator, I didn't use anything like that. I wrote this in by myself, I did every single calculation by myself, and I, assigned my stats by myself. Every single thing I have done by me and me alone. And as you can kind of see, there's quite a lot. To give you kind of like an idea of like how big some of these can get. Yeah, these are all of the various skills that you can have. This is a multiple page. This is multiple pages minimum to get like even the most basic idea. We're not even a magician. Like, if you're a magician, that is like a completely different like 3 pages you have to worry about. And to help us represent this, I do actually have a character sheet. I actually made a to give you an idea of why things look a little bit borked. This is the Fatal character sheet if I put it into a PDF. As you can see, there's just a lot of it. And I did have to do this a very certain way to even make it pretend that it may work. This is 12 pages long. We won't be using all of these, though. But let's try this. Fatal, from another time, another land. This is technically speaking, this is the second printing. This is the second printing of the game. The original was adult lechery, but they changed some things in the second printing to make it a little bit easier to read, a little bit easier to understand. If you find it, you can do this. You can Google Fatal PDF right now, and you can find this game. It is not... as it is not difficult. Second printing, but first edition. Correct. They do change things, so I call it kind of the second edition. So, I think this summarizes Fatal fairly well. I think this summarizes the Fatal experience as best we can. We've got a man in a loincloth, dick proudly displayed, bludgeoning a bunch of, these are kobolds, by the way, bludgeoning a bunch of kobolds with a hammer as a woman, while a naked woman is reaching for a pickaxe to gore the said person. This summarizes Fatal. This is what you want, where the dice never lie. Originally written in Chicago, because Chicago's a godless land. Yeah. Garamond was selected as the main font due to the historical accuracy. We'll be seeing historical accuracy quite a bit. Yes. What is role-playing games? He does a very big idea about this idea of historical accuracy. Everything in this game is historically accurate. Historical accuracy, historical accuracy, historical accuracy. And he does cite sources. We will see the sources, because one of the main premises of this game, I'm gonna try to briefly summarize. Does this game have a stand-in for rape dwarves? No, they don't. They have 3 different kinds of dwarves, and we will learn all about them. But the entire concept behind Fatal is very simple. Europe is Europe, but everything else outside of Europe does not exist. Or doesn't exist. And that means Christianity does not exist. Christianity is not really the dominant religion. It's very simple. There are multiple gods. You have kind of the more pagan gods. You have kind of stranger new gods. And there's a lot of fantastical elements, including fantasy races, fantasy people, all doing fantasy things according to a vaguely historical representation of Europe. I want you to beat that into your head. A vaguely historical rendition of Europe. You have some, this game attempts to isolate Europe from the influences that originate outside of it. Therefore, spices are not included. All human characters are Caucasian. Zombies are not presumed to exist, and human corpses are burned. Egyptians invented embalming, and Egypt is outside of Europe. They do not bury their dead in this setting, because the Egyptians invented embalming. They instead, and that means there are no zombies, nothing like that, because the Egyptians invented embalming. Historically accurate medieval neo-paganism, effectively. So, yeah, it is polytheistic European-based world with medieval technology in which Christianity never existed. Although technically impossibly historically accurate in a fantasy game, historical accuracy that supports the fantasy of this game is referenced at the end of the book. Yeah, and so I'm going to summarize what Fatal is all about. For instance, assume you are an adventuring knight who has just fought his way to the top of a dark tower where you find a comely young maiden chained to a wall. What do? Some players may choose to free the maiden out of respect for humanity. Others may free her by hoping to win her heart. Instead of seeking affection, some may talk to her to see if they can collect a reward for a safe return. Then again, others might be more interested in negotiating freedom for fellatio. Some may think she has no room to bargain and take their fleshly pleasures by force. Others would rather kill her, dismember her young cadaver, and feast on her warm innards. Little did you know we were playing Black Souls. Shouldn't humans not exist either because they come from sub? Don't think that. You're thinking too far ahead, McDrewsalt. You're thinking far too deeply into this. Yeah, just play the game. Just play the game. you technically need every single kind of die for this. It does say that normally 3D10 is going to be mandatory, though. You need 3D10. The core system is a 3D10 game. Even though it would really like you to doubt that. And will they tell you when to use the 3D10 system? No, they won't. They never will. But don't worry, we've got players and the Edile. Yes, welcome to the Edile. And was the Roman official in charge of the games and had control over the public. In the game, the Edile controls everything except for the players and dice. Edile do not create and roleplay a character like players again. Instead, it directs the game, often acting as referee or storyteller. My objectivity should otherwise maybe become known as the vile Edile or the hostile Edile. Yeah. Please play it correctly. Please have fun. Please create a character. Now, creating a character, as Cole once said, takes 6 hours. But there is. Let's actually play a game. Can we? Let's go to. Let's play a fun game, everyone. Can we find the official character creator in the Wayback Machine? I'm like 90% sure we can. Let's try to find the character creator. Come on, Internet Archive. I believe. I want to generate a character. That's all I want to do. That's everything I could ever want to do right now, is I want to generate a character. You're gonna let me do that, right? Fatalgames.com? Nope, that's not it. Oh, I think we need to go further back in time. Time to go all the way back to 2006. I want to... Come on, Fatal Games. You want this, I want this. Okay, so, we found it. Have no fear, everybody. We found Fatal Games. This is Fatal Games website. Let's see. We want to find body part roller, occupational generator, free downloads. Character generator is now for sale, by the way. Can't click on it. That's how you. This is actually how you have to play it. This is what's on the CD-ROM, everyone. You get it for $20. You can help you create any Fatal product, but you need a CD-ROM for it. Yeah. Yeah, you know what we're getting into. Come on. Come on. Okay. So, the main system is called the mean system. Yes, the MEAN system. So, just going over the games made with Fatal? No, just game. That's Fatal. There's just Fatal. Yeah, some people exist. Some people are schizophrenic. This is really the only game. And to give you an idea, Gundam Pilot, this game is 977 pages long. Earlier you said Hollow is really protective of Fatal, and that would make sense, but at the same time, it's not even trademarked. Remember, Ethical, there's something very important you must know about our boy Byron. Byron's an idiot. Ow. Every single thing Byron touches collapses in upon himself because he is a fool and God hates him. But yes, the mean system is, I think, a very surmised term for the entirety of Fatal, because it is designed to create averages. Every single thing you do in Fatal is about an average of some sort. You aren't making characters, you're making average characters. You aren't making roles, you're making average roles. because the core engine is 3d10 plus, plus modifiers. For example, I'm gonna sneeze again, aren't I? I can feel it. Let's say, for example, I want to make a, let's see. I want to make a brawling check, everyone. If I want to make a brawling check, I'm going to take 3d10. I'm going to take my 3d10, and I'm going to roll them, and I'm going to roll. And I got a 9, 12, 13 plus 13 plus 20 plus 17. So I scored a 30. That beats the score. I hit you in the fucking head. This game includes sex and sexual situations. Consider sex to be a sensitive issue, and only include because of the prominence in the past of significant part of human history. Yeah, optional features. The graphic gore system, it's a page, it's like one, not even barely a page. Yeah. Since this game includes both sex and violence, the combination is also included. Rape. Rape is not intended to be a core element of Fatal, as killing is a core element of most role-playing games. Fatal considers rape to be a sensitive issue and only includes it because of the prominence in the past. For example, Europe was named after Europa, who was raped by Zeus, according to Greek mythology. And Jacques Rousseau in Medieval Prostitution, he reviews statistics on rape from numerous towns and cities in southeast France during the economic and social stability, not war. Jacques attempts to represent all medieval prostitution with his book, if he estimates half of the male youth participated in at least one gang rape, and sexual violence is an everyday dimension of community life. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. We'll get to that. So, oh no, statistics maxing. Yes, statistics maxing. I'm just gonna tell you how things work. Alright? Part of me actually wanted to make a character live on air and just write a character up. That was all what we were gonna do. We weren't even gonna talk about the game really. But what I'm gonna do is gonna do my best to say we have race players selected strictly from European mythology and folklore. Other criteria that they must be bipedal, mortal, smaller than giants, and have no special abilities such as invisible gnomes. So these are the various races you can be. You have to roll D100 for this. You can be an Anakim, which is pretty much what Byron believes himself to be. You can be a bugbear. You can be a black dwarf, brown dwarf, white dwarf, dark elf, light elf, human, kobold, ogre, cliff ogre, grungok ogre, ogre kinderfeaster, Borby Tagarna troll, hill troll, or a subterranean troll. Now, if you notice, you have about 29% chance of being a human. Yeah, it's very likely you don't have a very huge chance of being human, which I thought was very appropriate. So let's roll in our little chart here and see what we ended up with. We are a human. Good job, team. Let's roll again. A 70. We're a kobold. Let's roll again. We are a human again. We're doing really good. We got a lot of human. We're human maxing. Oh no, we're a bugbear. 64. We're a kobold. Again, the human average is going to end up being about human or kobold because they're the most common races. Average. John Fatal is human, as you can tell. I wanted to make the simplest because John Fatal is the most simple man possible. And you want to know how they get these calculations? They literally just break down the math of the overall population. He's correct to exude knowns they are modern invention. Is he going to explain crime statistics? We will get to that. Following a brief description of each race may deviate from following racial notes on the ALIL's permission, though you must be done with caution. Characters should comply with the following description in the majority of cases. So, give me 1 second. Hoff, I need your assistance. We're going to tactically move. We're going to move Hoff. kind of like this. So, going to, come on, okay, Hoff. I'm just gonna tactically move you down. Oh, nope, can't show that. Nope. Trying to get past the penises. Thank you, David Hasselhoff. Thank you, famous actor David Hasselhoff, from saving us from these wretched things. I can't actually edit the file at all, but to give you an idea, these are the Anakim. The Anakim are, well, this is an Anakim. They are better, they are bigger, they are stronger, they are greater than humans. Everyone likes the Anakim, but everyone hates them because they're freaks of nature and everyone despises them. As you can kind of see, they get they get various sub-ability modifiers. We will get to sub-abilities. We have base current armor, base life points, and our average is towering 8 feet in height for males and 7'6" for females. Heavier than humans as well, although they are softer, they are considered giants. However, negative 25 to ethicality, negative 50 to morality. They tend to be a little bit less happy than others. Human mother of an Anakim dies during childbirth, do not have their own society. They try to live secretly among humans or in isolation. Nobody likes them because they're freaks of nature. So, we have to roll various traits for Anakim. Anakim is always accompanied by a gathering of 1d10 blackbirds above them. Have abnormal hatred for females. Whenever in D100 feet of one, the Anakim must pass a drive sub-ability check at TH17 or attack with intent to kill. Anakim has skin that would reduce damage to electricity by 50%. Does not seem abnormal when examined. The Anakim may fart loud as thunder. All creatures within a 10-foot radius of this Anakim, except the Anakim, automatically take 1d4 sonic damage and are stunned for 1 round. Let's see. Anakim is demonic intellect and makes 1d20 in each sub-ability of intelligence rolled separately. Let's see. Anakim is sensitive to others' motive. 50% chance to automatic success against trickery. They must still make their normal trickery skill check. Heals BP and BPP and LP is twice daily rate. We'll get to that as well. And it is flame breath. May breathe a stream of flames that is 1 inch in diameter and extends 1d4 in distance of 3 rounds. May not use any other actions. Calls 2d6 fire damage per round. Oh, let me check my phone here real fast. My mother is sending me more Instagram memes because that's what my mother does. That real. Yeah. Yes, it's things like these are just the Anakim. Are any of the other ones cool like that? No. So, bugbears. Bugbears. A malevolent humanoid creature resembling a large hairy beast. Above all, bugbears enjoy devouring naughty human children. Bugbears eat people. They do prefer to eat children. That is their main dietary concern. And to fuel their desire for more children to eat, they take a lot of slaves, because slavery is very common in the Fatal universe. Everyone participates in slavery. Slavery. It's a fucking isekai novel. They raid human beings, so in next small group 2 to 3 enter nearby colleges, immediately seeking and killing the father or adult males. Yeah, victorious bugbears will also do that before devouring the children. Yeah, we're not gonna go over that too much. Yeah, everyone is enslaved so they can continue making more children to eat. That is the literal actual reason. Dwarves. There are 3 types of dwarves. There are white dwarves, brown dwarves, and black dwarves, depending on the color of their beard. Brown dwarves are friendly. They join a human family secretly, and they will help them out or play tricks on them. White dwarves are a bunch of hippies, and black dwarves want to murder you. That's the secret with the dwarves, because as you know, all dwarves have the ability to shapeshift, but only into butterflies, a chipmunk, or an owl. Are there rules for eating enslaved children? No, there is not. Nope, there is nothing like that. They go over in detail what it's like, but so yeah, technically you can play a dwarf, but yeah, the very black dwarves hate humans to the point where they will automatically attack them on sight because they hate them that much. However, they are 4 feet tall, therefore should not be considered threats. Oddly, their feet resemble the feet of crows. Various occupations. Brown dwarves just try to help people out. That's all they do. They just kind of show, oh, okay, I can't show that. Yeah, brown dwarves just kind of show up in your house and kind of just fuck around and try to help out, but they're a bunch of jackasses. I know there's boobs here. That's why I say, like, the white dwarves just fuck around. Like, they get, like, a single fucking sentence, and everyone just laughs at them. So, elves. There are 2 kinds of elves. There are dark elves and light elves. Dark elves like having orgies and having graphic sex with one another. Light elves just want to protect the woods, man. One of the big things is, amusingly enough, they too can do it, but their lifespan is almost entirely dictated by the size of their forest. If their forest, as you can kind of see here, is the size of the forest shrinks in size, forest miles squared, the longer the lifespan of it is. So, if your forest is 30 miles squared, you can live up to 750 years. Dark elves are a bunch of psychopaths. Don't trust dark elves. They are naturally unattractive and very lecherous. They like to have, deeper into the woods, seducing him until he's most vulnerable, and then depriving him of life. Nobody likes dark elves, but people worship them because they can get laid. Light elves are too busy playing harmless pranks on others. Shoelace may be untied. A light elf is now on bad terms with character. Prank will never ruin property. Just the same, some characters become angry when they are the object of a prank. Because that's the thing, light elves love playing pranks, and they love playing music. And when you enter their woods and they don't want you to be there, they'll trick you out of the woods, or they'll make sure you go away. The dark elves just shoot you and kill you. Like, oh, uh-oh, I'm dying. Humans. Humans are humans. They're exactly the way you think they are. They are human flavored. Oh, no, that's boob. Manly go here. So, kobolds are little tiny fuckers who live in mines and they like gems. And what they do is they take slaves, because of course they take slaves, and have people mine for silver, because silver is the most valuable thing to them. They love silver. They love silver a lot. So what they do is these short kings literally get humans to crawl on their hands and knees to dig because they want to be taller than humans. That is the exact reason. Yeah, for them to survive. Thin porridge, boiled water instead of milk. Yeah, I'm trying to hide the booba. I'm not doing very well at it. I mean, can I just, show people it now? I mean, I showed Speed, showed his cock off. Ogres eat people. Ogres are just fucking evil. Like, that's all they are. They're just completely evil loners who eat people. Cliff ogres have their favorite pastime of throwing people off cliffs. Yeah. These elves are like 2 to 4 feet tall. They're very tiny. Yeah, like my PDF has art. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the PDF is just broken because of the way it is. Yeah, elves belong. Yeah, don't think about it too hard. Yeah, the cliff ogres have a fun time where they throw victims off things. Grugok, hairy ogres, you could say. They misjudge them and then they beat them to death. That's their secret. They're just fat ogres. They are the heaviest of ogres. Because ogres came before. And then you have Kinderfeaster. These are ogres who eat children. Although Kinderfeaster will eat any human child, their favorite is a moral child. The voice of a Kinderfeaster attracts human children who are prepubescent and virginal. Very important. If a prepubescent virginal human child hears the voice of a Kinderfeaster, the child must pass a drive check of TH25 or believe the voice heard is their parents, and will follow any command given by the Kinderfester. Strangely, the voice of Kinderfester does not attract others. Since Kinderfester survives by eating human children, this creature attempts to reside nearby significant human populations. Yeah. This is the player race. If you want, you can play a race that is whose diet consists entirely of children. Trolls are just trolls. I don't know what you think of. Every troll just wants to kill people because they're a bunch of fucking psychopaths who like eating brains. You want to be a subterranean troll? Like, they just freeze. That's the thing. They actually freeze in the, actually, no, they don't freeze. They, turn the stone in this light. Female subterranean trolls are willing to experiment sexually with large male Anakim humans and ogres, except for the Grugok. These trolls know from experience and history that interracial offspring never occurs as a result. Their willingness to experiment is due to the ugliness of male trolls. Also called trollops. This is the racial hatred chart. Very important that we have the racial hatred chart. Weird how many cannibal child-eating player races there are. To give you an idea, this is the hatred chart. Like, these are the things that they despise one another. Now, you may be wondering, oh, well, it looks like everyone gets along with one another because that's a lot of 5. No, wrong direction. 1 is good. 1 means you actually like them. 4 is dislike. 5 is outright hatred. Let's take a look at good old humanity. Actually, let's take a look at the Anakim. So the Anakim like themselves and hate literally everybody else. Everyone hates them. Bugbears literally hate everyone else. Black dwarves hate literally everyone else. Brown dwarves, they like human. They like they're okay with white dwarves. They kind of like light elves. They're really good friends with humans, and they hate everyone else. White dwarves kind of like brown dwarves, but they hate everyone else. Dark elves like dark elves and hate everyone else. Light elves like light elves. They kind of like humans. Not a lot, but they kind of like humans. And hate everyone else. Humans generally hate everyone else. Kobolds hate everyone else. Everyone also hates ogres. Ogres hate everyone. Cliff ogres hate everyone. Grugok ogres hate everyone. Normal kinder eaters, trolls just actually hate everyone. Trolls don't even like other trolls. to give you an idea. They hate one another. This is just 5s across the board for Hill Troll. Individualized racial hatred. So you can actually roll of your individualized racial hatred if you wish. Very important. Yeah, none of these races actually work together. Like, none of the races work together in any remote capacity, except if you are human, and you, like, human, brown dwarf, light elf. That is the extent of the characters that actually work together. Those are your 3 options. Have fun. Various racial slurs. Anakim, human men called females hourglasses, called men raptors. Demon whores. Call males skin loaf or stovepiper due to their manhood. I don't know about you, but like, man, go away, hourglass. That's not really an insult. Go away, raptor. That's not really an insult. Like, if I call you, like, go away, raptor, like, raptor sounds like I'm saying something cool. Like, hey, man, Raptor's over there. He's gonna fuck you up. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm Raptor. And then you hear, like, a sick guitar riff. I was like, oh, cool, that's fine. Bugbears. Dwarves, everyone calls them rugs, call them buggers. Elves call them gemmers. Humans call them alkies. Stick, twig. Humans, bugbears call them poople, not people, because bugbears like poop. Dwarves and elves call them corruptians. Kobolds call them Slavs. Yes, I do like the implication that kobolds do refer to humanity as the Slavic people. Ogres call them ribbers. Spear chuckers, bowler, shiners. Oh, hairy one, knuckle draggers. Very important, we have our various female and male differences. Make sure you choose. You can't actually roll to see. This is the funny thing. You don't actually roll to determine your gender. You can choose, but as you can see, technically being a man is like by default better in most cases. So just be a man. Be a man. Be a man. Must be strong as a... As you can tell, being a man did not actually help me at all because I rolled John Fatal became a noodle. And so very patriarchal, most patriarchal cultures can be superior, don't violate cultural norms, you'll be bad, things are bad. Here is an entire like subnote about things. Where he cites various sources and persistent exercise and abilities about later things. So let's talk about body shape. Welcome to the first piece of math autism. This is how you determine your starting age. So, this is your starting age as a human being is 4d100 divided by 4 minus 30. Now your age is actually very important. And... Skin loaf is fucking vile. Using math symbol for absolute. Yes. So to give you an idea, I'm just going to roll. I'm gonna roll everybody. We're gonna open this up and we're gonna do some math. We're gonna find out our age. So I got my D100 here. First D100 is 65. We've got a 90 in here. 58 and a 67. Good. We're working on it. Now, to write this properly, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Close this off. Divided by 4. Close this one off. Minus 30. Close this one off. That would be the full age calculation rule. So let's plug it in. Our age is 40. to kind of give everyone the what I mean by this game is about averages. Every single thing you do is average. This is our age right here. It would be 40 years old. That's just if you calculate everything here, you would end up being about 40. In no other circumstance can you get something else. I mean, let's say, so we're 40. Let's do, So we rolled that. So what is we became 15. We're 15 years old, we're 40 years old. You can get very low on this. But again, they want you to average out to be something relatively normal. John Fatal, I chose to be 27 years old for John Fatal. Because I'm like, nope, that's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be 27 years old. Pretty standard age for adventuring or whatever. It is entirely possible to roleplay an infant. Yeah. Or you get things like dwarves who are literally D1000 years old, or elves just start at young adulthood. To give you an idea, if we're 40 years old, as a human, we're middle-aged. But if we're 15, we're just hitting puberty. These are incredibly important. This chart right here is very important. And it's like, hey, yeah, females live 1d10% longer than males, regardless of race. Apply the lifespan also, don't forget about that. Ogres live a long time. You have dwarves who live a long, who can live thousands of years, 1,000 years or whatever. Lifespan modifiers. Just things that change about you. What's your height? Hey, if you roll your height, if your puberty, it's only 90%, you have 80%, you're 99, 110%. Your hair length, if you roll age 0, which is possible, by the way. You're an infant, you're a child. Height, you're going to roll for your height. Of course you are. So let's roll for our very basic height, shall we? So we are... Oh, we rolled a fucking manlet, I can tell you this right now. We're 4... we've got 4, 8, 10, 11, 14. 14 plus 49. 63. We're 63 inches tall, 63 inches to feet. We're 5'2". Yeah, we're not doing too hot. We're not doing too hot on the as you can kind of see, John Fatal rolled to being 5'5". This too is important. Cast Greater Holocaust. Well, I needed some more ways for people to pay. Don't worry. If nobody holds malice towards you. So this is what I mean by height modifiers are very important. Things do change. Your strength and your bodily attractiveness does change if you are shorter. If you're a manlet, you are statistically not as attractive than if you aren't. So for every inch above this, so being 5'5", for example, I had a -5 to all of these. That happened 5 times. That is why technically John Fatal is a fucking goblinoid for bodily attractiveness, and why he is not very strong. Entirely because he would have been a lot stronger if he was in fact taller. But no, that's not the case at all for him. Since he is a manlet, he is a tiny man. But women do not actually get bodily attractiveness better the higher they are. Because remember, everyone, God hates manlets. sub 6 foot subhuman, just like real life. No, here's the funny thing. A 6 foot, oh, thank you very much, Mateo 2013. If you are born in 2013, don't be here. I should put a parental warning. Yeah, I should put the warning up. But generally speaking, if you're 6 foot tall, you would have, you would be plus 20 pounds heavier, plus 20 strength, and plus 4 bodily attractiveness. If you were 6 feet tall, you're by default way fucking stronger than other people because you're taller. Now, your weight, as you can tell, obviously, your weight is 6d20 plus 87 with an average of about 150. John Fatal here rolled pretty average for him at 119. He had some taken off, but he's pretty normal. But yeah, how do we determine the bugbear weight? Well, it's 2d100 plus 99, 6d20, 6d12, 3d100. Yeah, no, you get the idea. And have no fear, your weight modifiers do indicate, above the average weight. About a number of pounds above the average weight. So, for example, since I rolled very underweight, relatively speaking. For every 2 points that went under, I actually lost 1 strength modifier. And a pretty damning strength modifier because I was a small boy. Actually, it's 5 for humans. I'm a very small boy. However, if you're big, like a big motherfucker, you're going to be a lot stronger. Except when you get to your body mass index. Now, your body mass index is very important because this is going to determine other things for you, as you can kind of see. Luckily for me, as a human, I actually ended up in a very good, solid space for my BMI. I have a BMI of 21.8, technically 21. I am what you would consider an otter body. It affects, bodily attractiveness, over and underweight. And yes, for every unit overweight or every unit underweight, you will get different bodily attractive bonuses. Including, mind you, including for females, technically you want to be underweight as a woman, because if you're underweight as a woman, you actually get benefits. Being an underweight elf gives you plus 10 bodily attractiveness per 0.1. So if you're 0.5 and you get a plus 50 for bodily attractiveness, you are, for being underweight, for every unit underweight you are more attractive. Remember that, kids. If you're a man, however, you are much less attractive. You're a weird goblin man, and nobody likes you. Not drawn here by someone that said tortured you into reviewing this. Lol. Yeah, welcome aboard. Have no fear. This shit makes 3-6 look sweet. Holy shit, you have to calculate BMI. That is the actually most deranged shit. Oh, it gets worse. Because again, this game encourages you to be as average as physically possible. I rolled pretty low for my weight, but I'm also right within the height and weight index. And yes, if you're wondering, I did calculate this fully. I did calculate it by hand. And I'm perfectly average. I could probably put on some pounds and I would be fine, but as being 5'5", I'm not too bad. Because I'm perfectly average. That also leads to the body part proportion system. We don't have to worry about body parts. Effectively, you can get hit anywhere, and if you roll and you get hit, let's say for example, I'm rolling to get smacked by a sword. I rolled a 37. They've hit me in my lower torso. Effectively, you might take additional damage, you might get parts lopped off, that kind of idea. Everything is averaged out, so if you're playing a hill troll, you're very different than if you're playing an ogre or a dwarf. Your proportions are different. Now, everyone's going to have repulsive and attractive features. Let's roll on our chart here. We rolled a 60. Our most attractive feature is the chest. We're going to roll 1d10 We're going to roll 1d10 bodily attractiveness. We rolled a 2 for a bodily attractiveness. We're not playing a woman, so we're going to roll d100 for our ugly feature. It's our hair, and we rolled a 4. So we have a +2 to our chest benefit and -4 to our hair. Now, John Fatal here rolled his most attractive feature being his otter body-like waist, which he rolled a 2 for, and his most repulsive feature was his legs, which he rolled a 10 for. Literally, he has little chicken legs, but his waist looks amazing. He is good all the way down to his legs. He skipped leg day. Now you get to roll for your hair color. You get to roll for, various hair colors and various hair lengths and skin colors. Technically, it's very important to roll for your skin color, in regard for this anyway. So humans on average, as you can kind of see, humans don't get any bonuses or penalties. So I rolled a 9. Technically, we're just pale, but you can go tan. I rolled a medium, so we're like not really almond color. We're like Italian, maybe. John Fatal is Italian. For various hair lengths, his hair length is there. Hair thickness and type. This is also very important. Let's roll for hair thickness, shall we? We rolled a 91. Medium thickness and straight, so we would get a bonus of 2 additional facial charisma. Don't forget about there are modifiers for this, of course, which you are taking into account, right? You wouldn't not take into account your hair's facial charisma score, right? You wouldn't be neglecting the facial charisma hair score, would you? You wouldn't be neglecting that. That would be cringe. Oh, we've got 20 viewers. Oh, Jesus. Hello, everyone. hello, Kalukale. If I calculate my hair length, I don't want it. Nothing can change my mind. Play the game, you should be punished for being tall. Force calculate BMI. Increase lifetime risk of cancer from being taller. So you have attractive chest but horrible hair. Yeah, you can have terrible hair. You can have really long, terrible, awful hair. Wait, you get facial charisma from your hair, and that is also your worst trait. Oh, damn, Fatal is getting you people. Time to become a Fatal streamer. Oh, God, I'm officially a 2 view now. Also, thank you. Yes, technically rolling your hair thickness and all of that. So, like, your hair could be your most attractive feature, mind you. This is completely different. This is by itself. So your hair might be incredibly attractive. People really love your hair. However, you unfortunately rolled a 49, so it's only thick, wavy, and oily. We don't like that thick, wavy, oily hair, so you get a -4 to your facial charisma modifier. Because you're a fucking freak of nature. No one likes you. Technically, babies with a -74 will almost always end up when thin, balding, and frizzy with a -4d20 facial charisma modifier. Babies are ugly. Fun fact. Don't forget about your eye color. Now, this is your breath. Breath is your measure of is effectively your arm span. So, as a human, it is 50% of your height. In inches, mind you. As John Fatal is, we can extend 31 inches roughly, because we're 5'5". We're not very tall. Various sense of vision. We make sure to roll on your vision chart, which on average, you will end up being perfectly normal. I rolled a 3 here, so I'm nearsighted. So I get a massive penalty to doing that. Facial features. Let's roll for our facial features. Physiognomy is a medical attempt to correlate facial feature with presumed characteristics. So let's roll that. We rolled a 9. So eyebrows, dense with curled up tail, changeable, does not know limits, brave. Yeah, some of these do give facial charisma. Some of them don't. Some of them give you various bonuses or problems. I rolled pretty average. There is a 1D, if I'm doing that, 1D 1 million to see if something about the character, if it is equal to 1, you end up with becoming a freak of nature, such as having a funnel chest. Actually knew someone with a funnel chest. You're hermaphrodite. You have a pigeon chest. polydactymy, a supernummy, or you have a super or an extra nipple. Okay, now we get to the part that you all came here for. Get ready for the sexual features chart. Love the section on various mental illnesses and kinks. Thank you for subscribing. Worst history, the worst hidden, the word, let's see. Oh god, I bet Breath is going to be gotten into shit like fisting. No, not at all. Is it? No, it's not. Love the section various mental illnesses. Yeah, hello, Bucksteakums. Yeah, of course. Everything so far has been the prelude. There's nothing except the prelude. And then we, like, this is a weird note. Welcome to the sexual features charts. So, our various sexual features that you could do, hey, you have different, hues, you are different diameters, your cup size can change quite drastically, very important, hey. Make sure you note your cup size. The bodily attractiveness modifier can change if you are human. A scholarly study on the female and human bust size indicates both males and females prefer a female with a medium bust size. For more information, see references section at the end of the book. Yes, they prefer, everyone prefers D cups. I remember that, everyone. Various nipple lengths. Vaginal circumference potential. To roll your vaginal circumference potential, what you have to do is, we'll say we're pretty normal. We're not a mother. We're not a nymphomaniac. We're not a slut. We're not worrying about that at all. We're just going to roll normally, for a human, anyway. We're 26, so we end up with normal. We are normal. Now, let's look into our vaginal depth, depth potential. Now, can be fully without longer than fetal depth potential. So it equals her height in feet converted to inches. So let's say we're 5'5", that would be, for 60, we'll say we're 5'5", would be 65 inches. We'll say 64 inches. Divided by 2, that would be 32. Actually, no, converted, no, it would be 5'5", would be, being 5'4", would end up with her being 5 and a fourth, 5 and 1/3, and then 2d20. Let me find my d20 here. 5 and 1/3, and then we rolled a 17%. So we take 5 and 1/3, so that'd be like 5.33 times 117 times 1.17. So generally speaking, it would be 6.2 inches. That would be your depth potential. It all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Calculate forearm length to determine maximum fisting potential. Yeah, we're gonna, now, again, it's not, because it's just math. Again, this isn't 2d20, it's 2d20% is then added. Tongue size. Tongue size is 97. Your tip reaches the top of your nose. That's 4 inches in length outside. Anal circumference. Here we go, everyone. Here it is. Here's the funny chart. Here's the entire reason you're fucking here. The anal circumference potential chart. All right, let's do it. Let's roll. We're gonna take this. We've got our 2d10. We rolled here. We rolled a 7. So we ended up with 3 fingers with 4 to 5 inches circumference. That's what we ended up with. That's the that is the full anal circumference potential. You can technically get all the way up to a man's fist. We do have the idea of being a ripped orifices thing. You do need to actually have make a pretty hard health check, generally speaking. If you fail your health check, you're not going to have a good time. Generally speaking, let's see. So let's John Fatal take some fatal lovin'. Let's just say that. So we're going to take our 3d10 here. We're going to need that. We're going to make a check, TN20. TN20, he rolled a 12. He rolled a 15. He would have just succeeded. Now he's just taking life force damage. Damage a percent of LP equal to the extent of the ripping. Hymen resistance. Pregnancy likelihood checks. Menstruation checks. Very important. Would you like to calculate hymen resistance? Do we have any ladies in the chat? How do you get negative circumference? You don't. That is sub 11. It is physically impossible for you to get negative. The lowest you can physically get is that if you do this, which would be equivalent from the same species, 2 fingers. Effectively, yes. Negative circumference where your ass closes, but the little ridge of skin growing. No. Yes, to calculate your hymen resistance, very important. Sorry, ladies. Sorry, ladies. We've got to calculate this. It's for historical accuracy. Let me grab my. I got 3D. Okay, I've got my 5D20s here. So let's see. Hymen resistance is 6. Well, that's what we're at 18 currently. We are at 24. We are at 30. 47 hymen resistance. Very, very important for our 47 hymen resistance. That's just something we've got to sit here and acknowledge. To be honest, it wasn't even weird. We would even play this. There's like 1,000 rolls to set your character up, including a whole load of actual mentally being out of control if you follow the rules. Because here's the thing, like, you got to remember, all of this is optional. These are all optional mechanics. Like, all of this shit, they're all optional. You don't need to do it, and you really shouldn't do it. Who wants to calculate their dick size? All right, everyone, let's calculate dick size, everyone. This is very important. So, generally speaking, if we want to determine the length, we're going to roll 10d100, divide the sum by 5. So, to make things easier, I'm going to go to Discord here. I'm going to go to my, we're going to go to the, my Dice CBT session. Nope. I want to roll 10d, we want to roll 10d100. So, generally speaking, we have a 539. What we need to roll now is, we need to do that, 539. 539 divided by 5, close the gap, and then it's going to be negative 1. Negative 1. Go here. Let's plug in the math real fast. So we have 106. 106.8 to be precise. If we have our general size, let's say, for example, we're 50, so let's just say, fuck it, let's just say we're, I don't know, 5, we'll say we're 5'10", so that would be converted directly into 5.8 inches. There we go, 5.8 inches. So if we go to our chart here, 106 would bring us right here, so we would increase our base size, which would be 5.8. We increase it by 5.8 times 1.07 to a total of 6.2 inches. We have a 6.2 inch manhood. However, let's calculate circumference, which is base length of the modifier, so it would be 5.8. So it would be 5. So we want to do, actually, I should say length. Length manhood. We would be start at 5. We started at 5.8. We'd have to divide that. We'd have to times that by 5.8 times 0.85 to a total of 4.93. So 4.93. Then we would have to make the same roll. Let's calculate it again real fast. We need to determine our cock length. It is essential to the gameplay, everyone. We rolled a 548. So we rolled a 548. So if you want to plug in the math correctly this time, it would be the same thing. Divided by 5 minus 1, but we have to plug in our things correctly. Let's plug this in. Let's plug this in here. So that would be 108.6. We do the same thing, 108.6. We would have to truncate it down to 7% as well. So 4.93 times 1.107 to a total of 5.2 circumference. Actually, I don't think it's circumference, but the base length, multiplied by 0.8. That is the base circumference of the manhood in question. Yep. That's how you calculate your cock length. Truly, every team should implement the system, not as optional, but as mandatory. Yeah, do it. Do it. You know, it has to be. TBH, it wasn't even weird. People would play this. Actually, Pathfinder at home. Revolutionary girth mechanics. Technically speaking, with John, did I actually even calculate his anal circumference? Yeah, no, he ended up with a fairly normal penis, relatively speaking. He would be, yeah, he can fit everything inside relatively easily. That is completely fine. He could stick his own dick in his ass, and he would still have, it would still be pretty accurate. Now, you can just calculate your foot size, your fist circumference. Your foot size is actually fairly important. So if we want to determine John Fatal's foot size, generally speaking, so if we want to do taller than the average height, track 10, so we're 5, so we would roll, so that would be 50, negative 50 from this. So we would have a very tiny foot. We would have, let's say, an 8-foot, 8-inch foot. We are very tiny. We have little tiny baby feet. Inches equal to the length of the character's foot in inches. So, we have little tiny baby fists. Can he survive fisting? No, he could not fist himself, nor stick his own foot up his ass. Your headness, very, very important. Handedness, so D100, so let's roll. You are 25, that would mean you're right-handed. Your head circumference. So if we roll our head circumference, for example, it would be at a 39. So that would be a perfectly average head. Perfectly average heads to look around. Various pregnancy mechanics. Make sure you don't... various allergy mechanics. If you do have various intoxication mechanics. Intoxication effectively is in scales. The more you drink, the more you get fucked up. As a 119-pound man, actually, I'm 109 pounds or 119. As a 119-pound man, generally speaking, I could have about 2 beers, 1 ale, 1 thing of wine, or a mead, and generally be intoxicated pretty quickly. If you're buzzing or you're intoxicated, you're vomiting, like, you drink too much. And of course, physical intoxication is also determined by, different kind of weights and different kind of values. If you are intoxication by marijuana, very important there, since it lacks euphoria. Don't forget about that. If you're on psychedelic mushrooms, if you have disease, here's your anthrax. Yes, your anthrax mechanics, your bubonic plague mechanics, cancer. Yes, spread locally to parts of the body. In advanced stage, tumors develop. To determine random location of the cancer. Yeah, so you can have you can have fucking hey, you have diabetes, you have chickenpox, you have gangrene, you have influenza, measles, the entirety of leprosy, dystrophy, you have rabies, Tourette's, tuberculosis, undulant fever. Now we get to determine all of our abilities. And give him the depth of the sexual charts. The sexual charts. Why does the game need so many rules? Groups of burning wheels aren't even that. Like, someone playing this game would just not do anything. Who on earth would be deal with this many rules and that many modifiers? You gotta love the Giga Chad flex. Yeah, flexing. Now, to determine your abilities, for each sub-ability, roll 10d100, divide the sum by 5, subtract 1 from the result, and truncate the remainder. If you want to make... So, you're going to be making, effectively, this roll right down here multiple times. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to determine one of our attributes. Are you ready? We're going to determine one attribute. Okay. Let's roll. 10d, we want 10d100. Come on, hit me something. 526, very average, very okay roll. 526 divided by 5 minus 1. Of course, that's not it, really. It's this. This would be the correct roll. So let's go to the math section. Let's go to my handy dandy math area. And I would end up with 104. 104.2. Now, you may be wondering, well, that sounds pretty good. It's above that. No, it's not. Because, I'm going to give you a secret. You're not rolling for these. You're rolling for these. These are your sub-attributes. Sub-abilities, anyway. You need to determine your ability. You must roll the 4 different sub-abilities and average them together to get your actual ability score. Ooh. That is actually how you do it. That is the ability to determine your ability scores. In total, you will be needing to make the 10d100 divided by 5 plus minus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You'll be needing to make that 20 times. You will be rolling by the end of the day 200 d10. Yes, you'll be rolling 200 d10s to just determine your basic scores. And these can produce a lot of different results because everything is averaged out. But you may be wondering, Notepad, these seem a little bit excessive. And the answer is because I rolled not great. I really didn't roll great. A lot of my attributes and a lot of my skills are pretty normal. Generally speaking, I'm pretty normal. 200 for just basic scores. Yes. Once you start calculating it, you're good. That's the thing. Once they're done, and you don't have to think about it too much. But sounds like the start of a magical afternoon. Once you've done with that, you might have also, previous, penalties and determinations at that point. Distribution ability, sub-ability, attempt to model the bell curve of intelligence. In the book, The Bell Curve by Henry and Murray, know the distribution for intelligence, standard IQ metric of a mean of 100 and standard deviation of 15. For more information, see the references section at the end of the book. The tables of abilities and sub-abilities presented later in the chapter have a highlighted column indicated M and SD. As a test, sub-abilities were determined by the failed character generator and entered into SPSS. Descriptive statistics were then computed with 1,000 sub-abilities. Median of a 98.79, standard deviation of 18.74. The range was 42 to 155. The formula, 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1, has less central tendency than the bell curve of intelligence, though it is close approximation. Since this is a realistic but time-consuming method of determining abilities, it is recommended that characters are created using a Fatal Character Creator, available for free at fatalgames.com. I did it all by hand. Every single one of it. Because remember, you used to have to buy the Fatal Character Creator, because it's realistic. You know, you've got your physique, your bodily attractiveness, how healthy you are, your charisma. Pretty much you have things like facial charisma, your vocal charisma, your kinetic charisma, such as the beauty of their bodily movements, gestures, strides. Stand up straight instead of slouching. On the table presented later, the description of kinetic charisma, each category of ability offers reference point for comparison. Rhetorical, this is your average speech rate. Dexterity, hand-eye coordination, enunciation, agility, intelligence, language skills, analytic skills, spatial, math, wisdom, drive, intuition, common sense. Yes, common sense. If you want the broken one, wisdom is very good, because the higher your wisdom or the higher your common sense, you get better skill points. Cool. Ability checks. So, if thing are, hey, what's the tongue twister? Generally speaking, as I said before, everything is 3d10 plus modifiers. That is the basic core of the game. So again, if we want to, reiterate something, if I want to make an architecture check, oh no, I'm going to roll 3d10 minus 31. I'm never going to succeed at that. Hey, I need to make a balancing check though. Let's roll my balancing check. I rolled an 11, I rolled a 7, I rolled an 18 plus my balance of 12. I rolled a 30. I did really good balancing myself out because I have really good balance. Literally anything requiring common sense is at a horrific negative. I'm not great at chemistry. Can't clean to save my life. I'm decent at clockmaking. I am not very good at comedy, pun comedy, or buffoonery, but I'm pretty good at physical comedy. I'm a little bit of a contortionist, a little bit. I am really, actually quite capable at coppersmithing, though. Very capable at coppersmithing. I'm not great at disarming people, but I can try it. I have a really good direction sense, though, even though I really shouldn't. Various divinations. Decent etiquette, not great etiquette. I could probably get that better a little bit. Hey, I have really good glass blowing. I'm my glass blowing skill. Glove making, goldsmithing. Now that's some good shit. Haggling. I'm pretty good at haggling. God awful at language reading and writing. I'm really bad at reading and writing because I have a negative 24 in my language. My language skill is negative 24 because I technically that's not the case, but I just have like a really punishing it's just really punishing what it starts out as. I can't make hats though. I have a negative 21 to hat making. So yeah, that's literally all you're going to be doing is just roll 3d10 plus an attribute plus a skill. Any turn to be that falls apart without a vital theater determining the roll. Jesus Christ, man, just roll 3d6. No, everyone knows the importance of carefully trolling rhetorical charisma. Common sense. I think at that point you'll probably die a day from insulting the wrong person or making a dumb decision. No, that's very different. That, my friend, is... where was it? Common sense. I'm likely to get caught for lesser schemes. I am, however, quite well spoken. I actually have a decent. I'm very well spoken. Not the most handsome man in the world. Not the most. I'm not rhetorical, but I've got a good voice on me, and that's all that really matters. I am not wise, but I am, however, very nice. Physical fitness scores, and yes, every single one of these you're going to determine your skill modifier for. These skill modifiers are fairly important because they are going to influence everything. The decisive average is 97 to 102. As you can kind of see, I rolled a decisively average character, except when it came to reaction speed. Hand-eye coordination's a little low. I rolled pretty well for intelligence, all things considered. And I didn't roll very well for common sense. Bodily attractiveness would have been a lot higher if I was taller. Honestly, I would have probably been a little bit above average if I had decent rolls. I'm pretty strong, all things considered. I have pretty good health. I'm not really fit, relatively speaking, but I'm a big guy. You know, I'm strong for my height. I'm very fast, though. I have 124 in my agility. But yeah, you might be seeing, oh, well, there it goes up to like 300. It doesn't. You're never going to hit that. On average, you're going to end up, again, on average, you'll end up in about this range. And being in the penalty, having a penalty is always 970% worse than anything. Also, this is your sprint distance for your height, your physique strength, your life point modifications, depending on various physique and strength and things like that. Very important. You actually have a percentage to damage you're not going to do. You can calculate your deadlift, however. As you can see, my pocket prints here. If we go to my pocket prints, he does have a bench of 99 and a deadlift of 148. It's not great for his height, but generally speaking, he's doing pretty all right. He's doing okay. Technically, that should be plus 6%. I must have wrote that in wrong. Various physique, life points, life point modifications. This can go pretty high. It won't. Technically, it goes to 1200. The bodily attractiveness modifier. Oh, wow. The physique health modifier. Various different things. The facial charisma. You can go all the way down to monstrous, to perfection. Vocal. Avoid saying and Effectively uses vocal pauses. Rhythmic, melodic, strong, confident, clear, projecting, otherworldly. I do like it how a confident speech pattern is around 223. So to be confident, you must have at least 200. Or you can say and pretty often, or monotone, or being hoarse, or scratchy, shrill, raspy, whiny, detached, weak, gay. Degenerate, lumbering, loutish, uncouth, graceful, coarse, bunging, unrefined, abrupt, ordinary, smooth, flowing, becoming, refined, polished, graceful, natural, sleek, cat-like, glabrous. Various rhetorical, which determines your speech rate, which is also, dexterity is going to determine your hand-eye coordination. Finger precision, very important with your finger precision. Dexterity, various dexterity things. With agility, I actually can make 2 brawling attacks around, which means I can deck a motherfucker and run away really quickly. Enunciation, maximum speech rates, time to cast spells. Fairly important if you want to be really good at casting spells. Various language intelligence, vocabulary limit, gaga, mom, horse, woman, violate. Delicious, insanity, wavering, preparation, combination, authorized, substantial, experimental, conversation, instantaneous, undismayed, beguile, transcendental, discurvity, paradigmatic. I'm like right there-ish. Continuatious. These aren't words. He looked up a dictionary and was like, these are the words. Like, just make everyone hate you. Being born short could generally lose. Yeah. Being born short is the worst possible thing you can probably do. Yes, technically, anti-disestablishmentarianism, anti-disestablishmentarianism, this is a terrible fucking word that does not exist. Anti-disestablishmentarianism is opposition to the disestablishment of the Church of England. The weird thing about this word, we're going to talk about this word a little bit because I find it funny. This is technically 4 words in one, saying you are against establishment, the establishment of Arianism. It is literally a word to establish that that English is not a real language. We've got various analytical scores, spatial scores, unfamiliar object assembly, how driven you are, and how much hours relaxing you should have, which does contribute to your life point modifiers. How intuitive you are. This is common sense. So common sense 1 to 6. Get caught for greater schemes. Attempt to kill a god. Attempt to lie to their god. Get caught for greater schemes. Attempt to lie to a god. Get caught for greater schemes. Disrespect to god. Get caught for scheme. Make a pact with an unethical god. Get caught for lesser schemes. If a slave, steal from the master. Get caught for lesser schemes. Steal from the militia. Get caught for lesser schemes. Flirt, but then get their ass kicked. However, if you have really good Virgil, probably has trust of immediate family, probably has trust of close friends, probably has the trust of non-immediate family, probably has the trust of friends, probably has trust of associates, usually has the trust of strangers. To give you an idea, you need 145 common sense to have the trust of your friends. Common sense. Generally speaking, your reflection, you can have depending on your reflection score, earliest memories go as into the womb, or as recent as a day ago. Skill modifier per overall ability. Oh wow. Although the relationship between the many variables of table of sub-abilities are linear, such as strength and damage, many are curvilinear, such as the sub-ability score and skill modifier. Most curvilinear relationships are calculated as parabolas. The parabolic formula that opens at right is y minus y to the second power equals 4a parenthesis x minus x d. The variable c is the vertical distance from the vertex of y, if y equals 0, and d is the horizontal distance from the vertex to x0. Finally, a is the distance to the vertex of the focus of the parabola. For example, skill modifiers are considered to range at -99 to 250 over 200 categories, such as 1 to 6, 7 to 12 of sub-ability scores. Only strength at 200 categories, other sub-abilities have 50. Therefore, the vertex is 1 to -99. So considering the vertex of the equation, y plus 99 to the second power and 4a x minus 1. Now solve for a by inputting any other known points in the apex. 17 and 0 plus 91 plus all of that, hence 99 to the second power plus equals 4a 16. Therefore 9001 equals 64a. Finally, a equals 153.4. Consequently, 4a equals 612.56. Now any point may be plotted along the curve. All curves were calculated in Microsoft Excel. Notepad, your enunciation is weak. Low enunciation. Bailiff, smack this man's nuts. Yeah, you are one likely to steal from the militia. I just rampage through the whole donut, the elder crying and shitting themselves. Dementia suffer game, parabola gaming, dementia retard strike. I think I just had a stroke. Yes, depending on your intelligence rating, you can actually end up getting on the collectively known as the retard strength table, which is to say that if you have very low intelligence, you can actually get retard strength, which is to say the dumber you are, the stronger you get. So if you want to make a warrior, optimally speaking, you want to be dumb as a brick. Various aging effects, of course, have different abilities and different problems associated with it, and of course, here's the persistent exercise book, owner's manual for the brain. He does cite this quite a lot. As you can kind of see, time interval, begins exercising. We want to start exercising more, but if you don't start exercising, that's really gonna be bad. Or you can just roll for your abilities. You can just do that. Disposition. This is all horseshit. Effectively, the idea behind disposition is you have to roll your piety points. I did add in all my piety points. I ended up with a completely average amount of 46 piety points. They're very average. You have to roll all of these and you get various modifiers to your piety. And from there you can determine whether you are ethical or moral. Ethical and moral. Pretty much you can be, hey, you're neutral. You can be a neutral and moral, ethical, moral. Then you can actually get some things where you can actually be different things at once. So I think like one example that you can actually do is you can be ethical moral with some neutral elements to you. This is an entire matrix chart about of how ethical or unethical you are. John Fatal, we go down here to his chart. John Fatal is neutral with neutral ethical. Generally speaking, he's a pretty neutral dude. He's just a regular dude, because that's what he ended up with. All of these do have places, changing disposition. They do have charts for disposition, variance. And if you would like to do this, the disposition test in 1999 and 2000, prior to the development of Fatal Games, the program was placed on numerous websites for role-playing games. Participants were unsolicited and often asked when running a game program to email the responses to Byron Hall, the author of the questionnaire. The motherfucker sent the disposition test to other people and then cross-referenced it to Plato because he's a fucking autist. Was for truthfulness, although the study generalized only role players who use the internet, it indicates a few are moral according to Aristotle's Neo-Machian ethics. Yes, he did literally interview people. Literally, it's the 9-point alignment chart. See, this is the thing. This is like, this is like how immoral you are. It's not, the thing is, I can't even say it's like, oh, it's the 9-point chart. It's not. Because you can, how it's effectively worded is you have your base, it would be like if you have a base alignment, it would be like you're a lawful good with neutral good elements to it. That is effectively how it's written. And it's important because that's how they choose to do things. And one of the problems is there are spells which deal with the fact that if you are neutral or non-neutral. Yeah, as you can kind of see of various different things. So let's talk about society. Of course, we have moralities, various morality, dimensions of morality, liberality, good temper, truthfulness, modesty. Of course, dimensions of immorality, meanness. Meanness will always be, of course, we have niggardliness. That is the word it is saying. I am pronouncing it correctly. You cannot stop me. Why is it here? I don't know. Undue humility. Because yes, being too humble is actually a bad thing. You're a bad person. Mock modesty, boorishness, quarrelsomeness, shamelessness, spite, unambitiousness, self-indulgence, confidence is tastelessness and vulgarity, empty vanity, boastfulness, buffoonery. Sorry, I think some of you have an excessive buffoonery in your morality. Yeah. Is that a stat? No, it's not. This entire section is not stats. They are literally explaining his moral code. It's explaining morality. That's all it is. This is all it's doing. It's explaining the concept of morality. That's it. There's nothing else. What are you doing? Morality. That's it. There's nothing else to it. So, you have your various temperaments: blood, yellow bile, black bile. So it's the humors. Of course, it's like, all right, it's like, hey, you're sanguine when you're young. It's in the spring. It's mostly focused on the head, neck, and shoulder. This is fine. Okay, this is a little bit odd. So you're gonna roll for your temperaments. Now, John Fatal rolled very interestingly. He's fairly sanguine. He has no choleric. He's not very melancholic. He's alright. He's pretty phlegmic. To give you an idea, sanguine is for extroverts, talkative people, and optimists. Choleric people are for extroverts, doers, and optimists. He is not very optimistic. He is not a born leader, and he's just talkative. He's the guy he's the helpful guy you talk to at the barn. He has absolutely no ambitions in life, and he's completely fine with that. Not necessarily an extroverted guy, but he can talk to people. He likes talking with people. He's not very melancholic. He's not the most phlegmic people. Temperament strength, depending on your temperaments, of course, you have got various things here. You have various weaknesses, of course. How to determine multiple temperaments. Most theorists describe two recessive temperaments of a character, no matter how close they may be to the dominant or secondary positions. Dominant Baldric is melancholic, secondary is choleric. Yeah, to give you an idea, for him, technically, I just thought it was funny that I rolled a fucking 8. He would be a phlegmic sanguine person. So if you go down to phlegmic, blend the temper results of a non-abrasive character who is easiest to get along with. They are unenthusiastic, calm, relaxed, yet when inspired, they become emotional, expressive, and happy. However, they are highly disorganized. Doesn't do anything. So here are the mental illnesses. Antisocial personality disorder, anorexia, abousphilia, intense sexual arousing fantasies, sexual urges, behaviors involving sexual attraction to the lame or crippled partners, autoabasiophilia, being lame or crippled. I don't know why that's in. Borderline personality, chlamydia, bipolar disorder, chromania, coprophilia. Don't do that. Don't. Dementia. You can actually get dementia in this game. It is entirely possible to have dementia. They actually have. I think this is the only game that actually does have mechanics for not only depression but dementia. I'm going to allow it because it is a literal, actual word. Getting contradicted, like you could be deeply charismatic, outgoing extrovert that is antisocial. You can. They actually talk about that. Let me see. What is the Where was the where was the one? Songwick Flemic. On the outside, the character is happy, emotional, expressive, and joy to others. However, these characters are very selective which emotions they show, and behind closed door, they are characterized as unenthusiastic. It is this contrast that causes others to consider their happiness to be fake. You also can end up in things like choleric Flemic, combination temperaments produce characters likely to succeed and become leaders or authority figures who care about the finished product, but instead prefer to delegate and responsibility tasks to others' importance around them. They are driving but unenthusiastic, however, deep resentment and bitterness. Pretty much, yeah, you can have various things, but yeah. Depression, dissociative fugue, egomania, exhibitionism. Sexual attraction when smaller animals or insects crawl upon parts of the body. You can do that if you want. A lot of this is copy pasted, by the way. This is actually fairly important. A lot of these are copy pasted, and you can kind of see the ones that aren't. Megalomania, necrophilia, noctomania, nymphomania, obsessive compulsive personality disorder, onomatopoeia, mania, paranoia, paranoid personality, pathological gambling, pedophilia. I do like how they do call pedophilia a literal actual mental illness, so good job, Fatal, because it is. Phobias, psychosis, PTSD. There is PTSD mechanics, very important. It does affect your sanguine temperament. Raptophilia. Satyr designed from parent, schizophrenia. You can actually have. We're not going to talk about that. Sexual masochism, sleepwalking, sexual sadism, urophilia, voyeurism, zoophilia, barmophilia. I don't know why. You can just roll for a random mental illness. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. What fetishes does John Fatal have? None. He rolled nothing. He legitimately rolled nothing exciting. I approved your message there. I'm naming a mental illness. Schizo gaming game with all famous mental illnesses. What a vanilla average man. No, John Fatal rolled a bunch of things. He's perfectly normal. That was the funny thing. Because if you roll correctly, like if you roll on average, which I kind of realized John Fatal kind of did. Like, as John Fatal did, he ended up just rolling very normal. Everything about him is incredibly unnormal guy. He's just the guy you get along with. He's the guy who rolls up in his fucking car. He's like, hey man, what's up? And he's like, no, I'm doing good. You wanna grab a beer at the tavern later? Like, yeah. I have to ship all these boxes over though. You wanna make some coin? You wanna help me? You're not doing anything. You wanna hop in the back and help me unload these? I'll split. I'll buy you a drink afterwards. And you're like, yeah, all right. And then you hop in the back and help him out because that's John Fatal. That is this entire man's life. You can ask him. He's got kind of like longer hair. That's pretty much all he rolled excitingly. He didn't roll anything exciting. He is the most boring man possible. He doesn't even have cool hair. He's the short little guy who's just kind of okay with things. Art Nymphomania and Satyrmania, the same listing, probably. The birthday roll, yeah. Yes, welcome to the birthday roll. I didn't make the birthday roll, because this is insanity. So, determine character's birthday format in month, day, year for Niveria, a fantasy world. Because that's Europe in this world for some reason, is Niveria, even though it's not. Simply apply the following formula. Yeah, 13 months. So, technically, what we're gonna roll, so our roll would be 1d13. We need to make the roll accurate, so it's going to be, our full roll would be 1d13 divided by 1d12 plus 1d20 minus 1. I fucked that up. We need to do this, close the bracket here, close this bracket, minus 1. No, minus 1, close that bracket, divided by, open this, 5,027, 27, close bracket. So this would be our full roll. So let's determine our birthday here real fast. Let's take our D12 here. We rolled a 7, so we're going to take a 7 right here. D20, we rolled a 4. So we're gonna plug this into the. We're gonna plug this in real fast. To give you an idea, this is the result of the roll. Kobold years, yes. Lamau, hope you remember your Pedimus, folks. What the fuck? Height doesn't influence your birthday? I'm surprised dice roll didn't skew toward births having specific times during the year. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. So if I'm doing this correctly, if this is the full roll. Actually, no, D13. I fucked up. That's not it. That wouldn't be right at all. We need to determine D13. Roll 1d13. Roll a D13. We were born on 10. I made a boo-boo. I fucked up. I'm sorry, everyone. I messed up the birthday roll. 10. I messed up the birthday roll, everyone. I'm so sorry. 10, 10, 573. 5,073. That's our birthday, everyone. I messed up the birthday roll because I thought he was applying a bunch of more fucking math to shit. Because it's Byron. Yeah. Birth status. I was legitimate. I rolled about 45. Different social classes. So, to be a human, you have a grand total of about 20% chance of being anything above a peasant. I rolled to be a serf. I'm an illiterate serf. Not even a literate serf. You have a grand total of 5% chance if you are human to be literate. Most of the time, though, you will be a slave. Or you will be a peasant. Or if you're lucky, you'll be an elf serf, maybe. You have actually a 3% chance of being anything other than a serf. Kobolds, most of the time, slaves. Let's roll on all the charts. Let's say we're making a bugbear character, everyone. I want to make a bugbear. What am I? I am royalty. I rolled 100. Dwarf. I rolled a 19. I am a serf. I'm a barely literate. Oh, 83. I am a serf. Human. 96. I am a serf. I'm a literate serf. I'm rolling quite well. Kobold gaming. 75. I am a peasant. Illiterate peasant. What? Okay, I want to be an ogre. 76. I am a peasant. Cool. That's what I've learned to be. You have to determine your birthplace, depending on if you're a peasant or a dwarf or anything like that. As a literal serf I rolled to be from a city. I'm from the city. In the city. Ah. I fucking hate everyone is illiterate. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Yeah, technically the literacy of this, yeah, if you want to be real specific, the literacy of people in this is 15%. There are 15% of people roughly that are literate, for humans anyway. If you look on here, like 50% of bugbears are literate, all elves are literate, all dwarves are literate, no kobolds are literate, and no ogres are literate. 1% of kobolds are actually literate. So it's pretty average. Technically, trolls can also be fairly literate. I find that kind of funny. Where you're born doesn't really influence much. Hey, how many siblings do you have? Some? Let's see. Hey, 97. You have... as a human, if you rolled a 97, you have D8 brothers. I would have a total of 2 brothers and 1 sister. John Fatal rolled 2 sisters, so he is technically 3 of 3 in his sisters. He rolled very, very low on his birth rate, generally speaking. He's kind of again, he's got his 2 older sisters. Everyone's happy. You can be married in this game. Likely you will be single, though. It is skewed toward being single. It is very difficult to be anything other than, to give you an idea, you will most likely be either unhappily married or single. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Unless you're a bugbear. Bugbears don't have rights. Technically, if you effectively have a very standard ceremony and marriages and all that. Even though the wife is property, it's still a deal to have a relationship defined by respect, passion, and intimacy. Yeah, he talks about bugbears a lot. Because bugbears, wives are property. Except for white dwarves and light elves, wife beating is common and corporeal punishment is the norm. Arguably, wives do not necessarily get the worst of it. Husbands rarely have mastery over their wives. Nearly everywhere, wives dominate their husband. That's such a strange line. Like, it just goes, and then it was like, we're back to bugbears. Everyone likes bugbears. There's a few different languages you can speak. Sigan, demonic, dragon, elven, dwarven, or sapien. Ceremonial magic, kobold, grungan. Yeah, as you see, there's quite a few. Yeah, it's sapien. Sapien is the most common language. Sapien alphabet with 26 letters. How convenient. Fairly simple to. Yeah, you have Arabic words effectively, but we don't talk about it. Because again, nothing exists outside of Europe, but we don't talk about that. Yes, reroll of homosexual. Trolls don't learn anything. So your preference for a type of sexual part. Heterosexual prefer the opposite sex than are the social norm. Homosexual prefer the same sex. Bisexual enjoy both sexes. Asexual avoid sexual encounters altogether. To randomly determine it, make sure to roll on this thing. So, technically, one thing I do find very amusing, sexuality modifiers. Elves are more inclined to be okay with banging anything. Kobold, everyone else though, is effectively impossible for them to be anything else. And females with large breasts are almost physically impossible for them to be. There's a 1% chance for them to be bisexual. It is impossible for women with large breasts to be homosexual. However, women with small breasts have a higher likelihood of being homosexual. I rolled a 4, so technically I would be bisexual. Here's your debauchery score. Make sure Anakim are a lot more debauched and they can do whatever they want. People are generally more up and around, whatever they want. The font has changed, by the way. So we roll our debauchery score. We rolled a 59. 59 would be entertain multiple partners. That's the extent of my no butt stuff. No, none of that. Technically, being into BDSM is below getting peed on. Very, very important. Now we've got various pregnancy I don't know why the pregnancy charts are here. Now we talk about chivalry for a bit, courtly love, demographics and occupational levels. Okay, so this all reads deeply homophobic and sexist. To see if your reroll fantasy. I will talk about that in a bit, Mateo. Stick around to the end. Trust me, there's going to get a point where I'm just going to skip huge chunks of the book because they don't matter, and this is one of them. I'm going to talk about that in a bit because I have a theory, a very, very weird theory. But yeah, while occupation are described in next chapter, occupational levels of the characters usually correlates with the population. Human village have population of 400, 20 are 7th level occupational level. Various different occupation levels. Generally speaking, like, these are the number of people who are part of a certain group or a certain thing. Then we have customs. So, yeah, embalming originated in Egypt, not Europe. Part of the fantasy fatal is how Europe may have developed without influence from foreign cultures. We've all influenced, but outside have been minimized whenever possible. Yeah. We've got our various cultures. We've got kind of our various governments. They do talk about things like communism. Why is communism mentioned in this game? Don't know. But as you can kind of see, he's citing all of these. Technically, we've got feudality, we've got bureaucracy, the aristocrat, and good old anarchy. Personal, geronocracy, gynocracy, hierarchy, magocracy, plutocracy, meritocracy, monarchy, very different from feudocracy, theocracies, oligarchies, ocalarchies, pedocracy, pedocracy. So, this is the section on bugbear culture. We're not going to talk about bugbear culture because it's weird. It's just fucking weird. There's too much, and there's mechanics in here, including the slave defecation pool, where you might violently vomit if you get close to it. Dwarves make things. They're dwarves. They can just turn into butterflies sometimes. Elves suck. Everyone hates the elves. Human. This is the entire section on humans. Kobolds. There's a shit ton of kobolds around. Ogres are, base and kinderfesser ogres do not have society because they're fucking people. Like, no. Then we have, this is a very fascinating bit. And something that I want you all to, this is what I consider one of those weird moments. in this game. Roads. They talk about roads. This is an entire page effectively dedicated to the concept of roads. What inns look like. This is more than a page. Hey, Curious Publicus. Cool, here's kind of like an idea, deployment may eat, sleep, change beasts or vehicles. Public baths. What do what does taverns look like? What do restaurants look like? Mail. What is kind of looking like around towns look like? What does education look like? Well, again, there's not many kinds of education, but there are education. What does justice look like? We're going to talk about justice. So it's one of those things like, oh, why is there so much detail here? He spends way too long on bugbears. Trying to world build comes off as so weird and poorly done. I have a theory. I have a very big theory on this. And you got your education, and it's like, yeah, all right, this is kind of weird, and be like, all right, it's kind of interesting the way technically, there are a lot of religious schools, and going to a religious school is very useful for people who can afford it. Yeah, universities are closed to women, but you don't really have the ability to go to university if you're not going into very certain fields. What does justice look like for different races? So, we're talking about Anarchemons do not have law. They live in human society. Bugbears, however, determines the entirety of the concept of how much money you have. The more money you have, the more money you have, the better off you'll be. If you have a shit ton of money, you won't be punished for most things, or it'll be a much lighter punishment. Yeah, or if you're a slave, encourage a crime to be committed in other cultures, you won't be tried back at home. Black dwarves don't really care. There's a lot of different, magic is forbidden in court, although each crime is handled differently. The punishment is being struck with a hammer of justice for the most minor crimes, being axed to death for major crimes. Live in human society. White dwarves, between major and minor crimes. These crimes handled differently. Punishments these are fined or being forced to work for free for the community for most minor crimes or banishment for major crimes. Criminal is punished for crimes committed outside. The white dwarves believe their law extends everywhere. Dark elves will just kill you. They will use literal magic. If they find that you have, minor crimes are you can't have sex because black elves are, dark elves love sex. That's the only thing they want to do. They want to have sex. However, if it's a major crime, you will be beat to death with sticks by your family. Your family will beat you to death with sticks. Forests not consider themselves subject to laws of other races, including light elves. Light elves, on the other hand, arguably do it worse. Generally speaking, it's depending on your age, if you're a really young person, you'll be fine, but if you're older, things get a little bit different. Generally speaking, if you're a light elf, what occurs is that they starve you to death. If you commit a major crime, they stick you in a yew tree and you are starved to death. Humans just do human crime. Kobolds just kill you, or, enslave you. Trolls also just kill you and enslave you. There are multiple different some places just don't believe in it. Black and white dwarves say gambling is not a crime. Homosexuality is not a crime in most societies. They don't really give a shit, except kobold and human society, where they don't like it very much. Poaching, pretty serious. Rape, pretty serious in some places. mostly human, but they don't really consider it a problem in others. So, this is one of those things, they go over detail about every single one of them, in graphic detail in some capacities. Oh, you've committed arson in a black dwarf community? One arm is cut off at the elbow with a footman's battle axe. Let's see, assault, you've assaulted someone. Criminal struck on the most offending hand with a footman's warhammer. Young criminals are forbidden from sexual relations for D10 years, while olders are beaten to death by their immediate family. The criminal is banished. Let's see, we've got victim assault done in someone's house. A blasphemy. Beaten for public entertainment must publicly denounce their beliefs or perish. Let's see, breaking in early, burglary. Let's do counterfeiting. And succeed having appearance of character as something. Criminals worth less than 100 SP are killed upon sentencing. Criminals worth between 100 and 1,000 forced into a forge and killed. Criminals worth more than 1,000 have their assets liquidated and must watch it all be auctioned. Criminal is banished, is forbidden from sexual relations, or beaten to death, or starved to death, are hanged. Normal role characters are beheaded. Kobolds are killed. Subterranean trolls are disfigured. Covetous eyes. Debt, if you have a debt. Drawing blood, extortion. Failure to pay rent, false weights and measurements, gambling, heresy. Ignoring a crime, incest. Yeah, don't do that. Issue a threat, kidnapping. Libel. You have committed libel. Criminals, if you're in Bugbear Society, criminals must publicly apologize and correct their libelous works. Characters guilty of libel again, then their hands are cut off so they can no longer commit libel. Criminal struck on the fingers with the right hand with a footman's warhammer. Fined 1d100 gold. Dark, forbidden from sexual relation or beaten to death. Playing pranks or beaten to death. Fined. Lycanthropy. Hey, you have a... yeah. Murder. You committed murder. Oh no. What? In Bugbear Society, you might have to pay reparations. If you can't, you get to kill him. You get to kill the person. Dwarf, you get your head chopped off. White dwarf, banishment. White and light and dark are as usual. Dark elves who are younger criminals are beaten to death by the family of the victim, while older criminals are beaten to death by their immediate family. Criminal is killed. Trolled subterranean, forced to enter a gladiatorial arena. If you are a dismemberment, perjury, the act of pimping, very bad. Poaching, very important. This is the incredibly detailed section on rape. Regular base let's see, let's see, is capitalism in medieval society. Punishment is based on there's chart for severity. I was talking about someone last week, but homosexuality being wrong, weird as the game being outright says it wants a world without Christianity. It's so odd and intrinsic to some human society. Aztecs banned it too, but most cultures didn't kill you for the gay. They just Abrahamics and Aztecs. They don't really care in this one. Why is incest included? There was a crime in some places unless you are noble. I like how white dwarves are just banished, mass murdered. Get out of here. Always double standard. Men are disapproved of being gay, at least in the bottom, because they need to produce sons and appear manly. Nobody really cared about lesbians except Aztecs. Yeah. So, my personal favorite. You've been you have been found guilty of rape. If you're a bugbear, you're going to have to wear a chastity belt for 1d10 weeks. Yeah, you have to wear a chastity belt for that. Or publicly apologize to the victim. If you're a black dwarf, however, if you're a black dwarf, you're struck in the erect manhood with a footman's warhammer. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee! No. The criminal's banished. Younger criminals are castrated, while older ones are beaten to death by their forbidden from play. I do like the light elf one is relatively light. Younger criminals are forbidden from playing pranks and making music for 1d10 years, while older criminals are starved to death. Even the dark elves are like, we're gonna fucking castrate you. Like, you are a fucking horrible human being. We're going to, like, our entire society is based around getting, having sex. We're going to literally remove your penis. Being like, why are you removing a... So humans, we're gonna talk, well, this is on average community, the average of 20 rapes occur annually. Compared to 2 to 15 characters. Females doors at night and disguise themselves and either rape the victim in her home in the presence of terrorized witnesses. Like, they make it like there's all these fucking numbers and you're like, what the fuck? Half the male youth participated in at least one gang rape. Like, what the fuck? In prison for weeks, though not months. This is like one of the social reaction is rarely favorable to the victim. Wait, imprisonment and rape is up for flogging unless rape is an outsider, in which case rape is banished. When freed from imprisonment, rape is not considered criminal or bad. Human victims of rape are 15 to 33. Child rape is rare. The rape of child is considered a serious crime. The females could marry at age 12. Victim loses her good name in almost all cases and encounters difficulty regaining her place in society and family. The victim is single and fewer males desire her as a wife. She is married, her husband may abandon her. Priests comprise 20% of the clientele at private brothels and public baths. Some priests are even members of the nightly gang rapes. The victim of gang rape almost never accuses them of committing sodomy. I have no fucking idea why this is here. I have no fucking clue, but it is. I do like subterranean trolls where the crime is you are kneed in the groin by the plaintiff until satisfied with justice. Mind you, these are trolls. Like, Black Dwarves got the right idea, being like, you fucked up, man. Like, what are you gonna do? Bailiff, whack his nuts. No. Yeah, forbidden from playing pranks and music for theft. Playing pranks and music for slander. Sodomy. Yeah, I don't know why. Petty theft. We've got treason. We're boiled and fed to animals, have their assets seized. Wealthy traders have their hands cut off, tongues cut out, knees broken, cannot write, speak, or run. Wealthy traders are chastised publicly. Publicly dismembered. Beheaded. Beaten to death. Banished, starved to death. Drawn and quartered. 4 horses are startled. Petty treason, trespassing, vagrancy, witchcraft. What's the buttocks of the criminal struck with a footman's warhammer? Can't play pranks anymore. Whoring. And then we have various that's the entirety of the justice system. Buggery bears, yes. But what the fuck? The fucking old fantasy race, like, yeah, rape bad. Well, humans are like, rape, let's go. Rape. That's only like half of the male youth. Yeah, half of the male youth of humanity in this setting are like, oh, time for my nightly game rape sessions for some reason. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Great. So, these are your occupation. This is what you are, who you are. You have guilds, you got trademarks, you got all the different kinds of guilds out there. A lot of different kinds of guilds. But let's say you are a peasant. Yes, congratulations, you are a peasant. What is your peasant occupation? Roll D1000. Got that, I've got that. Let's roll my D1000. 821. My peasant occupation. I am a laborer. I can be a druid, I can be a carver, I can be a berserker. You have a 50% chance of being a berserker. You also have a 43% chance of being a beggar. Cool. Cool. Let's check our serf occupation, shall we? Let's learn, what do we want to be when I want to be a serf? 762. Let's see. 762 would place us very firmly into the soldier category. We're a soldier. That's cool. Let's roll again. 734. That would also make us also a soldier. Okay, we're doing pretty good for ourselves. Oh, I rolled a 36. 36 makes we're a barber. You can be a fishmonger. You can be a musician. You can be a potter, a poulter, artists, carvers, courtesans, cowherds, cupbearers, mages. Noble occupations. Noble occupations, though, are a little bit different. I rolled a 403. 403 would make me a druid. I'm a druid. I'm a royal druid. Royal occupations, though. What am I? I am a 100. I'm 102. I'm a chieftain. So, advancing levels. This is the very important aspect. You advance levels in this game by doing things. Whatever you do, you must accumulate 1000 AP to advance the second level. Easy enough. You do it by doing your job. All the way up to, if you want to get to level 20. In total, let's do some math. Let's do some. I want to do some math, everybody. You ready to do some math with me, your boy Notepad? We're gonna do some math. So, using my complex algorithmic understanding of how math works, I want to just, roughly speaking, it's doubled each time. So, I mean, generally, it shouldn't be too difficult to just. Nope, we're just gonna write down. I want to see how much XP it takes to get to max level in Fatal. It's gonna be fun. So, as we are going through this, does anyone have any fun and exciting questions for me? Because we haven't hit the real game yet either. Like, we haven't really actually hit that aspect of the game at all, really, because I've already kind of explained to you the entire mechanic. It's just 3d10 plus 8 million, sorry. This would be 16,384,000. Now we're at 32,768,000 plus 65,536,000 plus 131,172,000 262,144,000 plus 524,288,000 in total. So to reach level 21, you want to hit level 21. Oh yeah, legitimately roll up to a dungeon as a level 20 barber. How do you actually gain, like, let me see. Let's see. Look, Byron, I get it. You're a degenerate, but that's not how people act. Druid's Berserker OP, yes. The mass amount. How do you actually gain XP? You gain XP by doing your job. That's the best way to actually think about it. Is whatever you do, that's what you have to do to level up. That's how you consistently gain levels. You can get indirect levels by doing something astounding or doing something amazing. That's how you kind of get it indirectly, you could say. Are there any classes, or you can legitimately, yeah, you can roll up to a dungeon as a level 20 barber. Dungeon? So let's just calculate our full amount of AP required. The full amount of AP required to level up to level 21 is a total of that would be 1,048,575,000 AP to level up. You need over 1 billion XP to level up to level 21. 1 billion. All right. We're so fucking back, boys. So, all of these are written out. Every single one of them. And we're just gonna find, let's just find one that's a little bit fun. Let's just do baker. Baker. Occupation specializes in baking bread and preparing various edible products. Flour, the main ingredient, is purchased from millers. Prices of various loaves of bread are legally fixed for a baker, as are the weights. Must mark their bread with their own trademark. A baker who cheats on quality is sent to the stocks for one fraudulent loaves hung around one of their necks. Daily wages are typically 7 SP. You do have an ability requirement. Female bakers are uncommon. Any but ogres, human are the most common. Disposition any, temperament any, peasant or serf. +5 cooking, +3 haggling. Requires a hearth. Incapable of magic. For every loaf of bread break, 1/10 of 1 AP is acquired. So, to advance to level 2, let's say I want to become a level 2 baker. Level 2 baker is going to require 1,000 AP. To become a level 2 baker, you effectively will need 10,000 loaves of bread. You will need to bake 10,000 loaves of bread. But you may be wondering, Notepad, how do I become a master baker? How do I become a level 20 baker? 10 billion loaves of bread. 10 billion. Oh, I can hear now. There are no actual reasons to fucking play the game. Game like my barber. I'm a risky like an XO with first like cutting troll hair. 1 billion. 1/10 of 1 AP. How much bread can you make in one day, Notepad? Well, let's play a game. We're gonna Google something real fast. Again, to become let's just make a brave assumption. Let's say to become a level 20 baker. I want to become the greatest baker of all time, everyone. I want to become a level 20 baker. How much bread can a medieval baker make per day? So let's see. Medieval city, 4 bakers for how much bread roughly are we looking at? Talking about at least 300, so we're talking about at least 320 pounds of bread per day. So let's just put that as our 320 pounds of bread a day. Medieval loaf of bread, medieval loaf of bread, weight. Loaf. How much does a loaf sell? How much are we actually... The vantage loaf? Buyer's advantage. Like, let's see. Do a short method for a large order of 12 loaves, extra whole loaf. Not the vantage loaf, very different. Like, loaf of bread weight. 1 pound. So, you can make, let's just say, you're effectively making 320 loaves a day. So, we are making 320 loaves a day. So, roughly speaking, we're making 32 AP a day. So, applying some basic mathematics. So, to reach level 20, we're making we're making about, so we need to make we effectively need to make 1 billion XP. We need 1 billion AP. This is important. So, we're making about, let's just say, a 32 AP a day. That's how much loaves of bread we're making as a standard loaf of bread. Doesn't really dictate the size of the bread, but we're being a little bit, cautious here. So, if we're saying that would be 1 billion divided by 32. That would be a total of 31 million. So that would be about 31 million, 31 million days. 13 months, 30 days. So 13 months, 30 days. 390 days. We have about 390 days to do this per year. And we're making, take us that many days. So if we take our basic math, roughly speaking, to become a level 20 baker, it would take you around 80,000 years. I'm doing my math vaguely correct. And it's 10 per day. Well, the thing is, here's the thing. 32,000 days, how much they can sell. No. Think about it. You have these ovens. You have ovens, obviously, so you probably have more than 1 loaf of bread at a time. So that's my thinking anyway. You're going to be making more than 1 loaf of bread a single time. You ripped that from Reddit asking how much they sell per day. So it's even worse. That's what I'm getting. Like, that's even worse. Like, as a standard medieval peasant with your single bread, you will be making no bread. You will not level up to level 2. I'm sorry, everyone. You're not becoming a level... Oh, so this is RuneScape style leveling. RuneScape would be at a fucking blistering pace. Because the thing is, about good old Byron Hall here, is that he does not actually dictate how the loaf is baked. So technically, if you make a half loaf, if you make an illegal loaf of bread, max profits for yeah, so, but mind you, there are others. Assassins are very common, though. Assassins, get it by killing characters. Artists, however, let's see how artists get there. For each piece of artwork completed, 1 AP is acquired per 2 hours invested. Generally, it'll be 500, it'll be about 2,000 hours to get to level 2. Probably with some more if you're doing good. For a legal case won against another village, 10 AP is acquired. For every month the Lord's Manor has been supplied properly, 10 AP is acquired. You can level up pretty quickly as a bailiff. Bandits, by ambushing and robbing characters, for every silver piece or equivalent treasure stolen this way, the bandit gains 1 AP. Generally speaking, bandits can level up very quickly. They can level up very, very quickly. And because again, they get 1 AP for every silver stolen. So if they steal 1,000 silver, they've leveled up to level 2. Of course, barbers. If you want to be a level, for every successful styling of hair of a new customer, 10 AP is acquired. For each tooth pulled, acquires 10 HP. For every character shaven, the barber acquires 10 AP. So leveling up as a barber, not actually kind of hard. You need 100 customers, 100 teeth pulled, 100 characters shaven. And if you, doesn't really tell you, if you pull teeth, for example, if there's multiple teeth that need to get pulled, you can pull out a pretty decent number of teeth. Let's say, also doesn't really even say that you need to be, like how much teeth does a human have? You have 32 teeth. Like, that's a really good thing. Yeah, can I capture Kobold and forcefully pull out all their teeth? Yeah, exactly. Nothing even says they don't need to be there. You can just rip them out. There's nothing saying you can't. If they have 32 teeth, that's 320 experience per tooth. We are farming XP here, guys. Just rip their fucking teeth out. Come on. It's a customer's tooth, so yeah. Exactly, bard, if you're a bard, if you, technically there's a musician's guild. AP with each successful skill check for the skill listed above for musical performances equal to the adjusted number of the past skill check. Pass for one of the above skills is not part of the musical performance or skill points equal half. Barons get advancement points by profit and prosperity. Barristers, beetles, berserkers. Berserkers get advancement points by each successful attack. Resulting damage will be done for a foe. So if you do 15 damage, you get 15 AP. Beggars, however, if you want to be a beggar, for every 10 silver pieces received, 1 AP is acquired to level up as a beggar. So you need 10,000 silver to become a level 2 beggar. Blacksmithing, very important. Bladesmithing, equally important. For each weapon forged successfully, 1 AP is earned. Bookbinders, bounty hunters, boyar, braziers, brewers. You want to be a brewer. Very important to be a brewer. For each keg of ale, brick makers, brothelers. To level up as a brotheler, let me see if for every 500 silver pieces collected from the whores, a brothel acquires 1 AP. You will need over 50 million. You will need about, if I'm doing my math correctly, you would need 50,000 silver to level up as a. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 50,000. It would be 5 million silver to actually level up as a brotheler. Butchers. For every 50 creatures butchered successfully. For every cabinet built successfully. For every carpenter. For every 100 pounds of lumber labored. Technically, as a carter or a teamster, that's what John Fatal is. Technically, for every mile driving a cart, 1 AP is acquired. So if I drive 1,000 miles, I will end up, if I cart my way 1,000 miles, I will become level 2. Carpenters, on the other hand, kind of come in anything. I don't make a lot of money. I don't need a lot of money. I'm a happy guy. I'm a nice dude. For 500 silver? Did beggars just beg each other to level grind? I mean, technically, yeah. Technically, if you want to be real efficient, you have a cup, and you have a jar, and you have let's say 100 silver in that jar. Because if we're being real particular here, and let's not a bookbinder, a bladesmith. No, we're not that cool. You have 100. So for every 10 pieces received, so if you have 100, that's 10 AP. If you just pass the if you pretty much just pass it between the two of you, if you do that 100 times, 100 times, that'll be 100 AP. You have to do that 1,000 times and you will become a level 2 beggar. Sometimes, if you do it even more, you can level up. If you do it, let's see, that would be 10, you would need to do that. If you do it 1 billion times effectively, if you pass it daily between the two of you 1 billion times, you will become level 20 beggar. And that's just so funny to say, if you do this 1 billion times. Like, if you... how do the clerks level up? For each month the service is rendered, a clerk requires 1 AP. Clockmakers. For every clock made successfully, acquires 10 AP. Cobblers. For each pair of shoes footwear crafted, the more shoes you may get half AP. Producing and selling charcoal. You're a cook. You're a cooper. You're a courtesan. For each satisfied customer, a courtesan requires 10 AP. For each herd of cow herd, for each meal where no drinks were spilled nor any problems related to cupbearing, the cupbearer requires 1 AP. Selling knives, the dairymaid, the dancer, the delouser. There is the dancers guild. The dice maker. Yeah. If you carve 1,000 dice, you become a level 2 dice maker. But as you can kind of see, like, you do have ability requirements. You have skill. You get skill bonuses. You don't get magic points for some of them. Let's keep going down. Be a doctor. You need ability requirements are very difficult. You know, and it's like, hey, you want to be a doctor when you grow up? You have to treat patients. Draper, specialize in cloth. Druids, yes, hello, druids. Druids are one of the first major weird classes. Do you advance spell levels? Because this is actually how you get magic and things like that. We'll talk a little bit about magic, but yes, all of this does make sense. You get a bunch of skills, bunch of equipment. Begin with 18 plus 1d12 MP and recover amount of points per hour equal to the current occupational level. For example, they're level 3 per hour. Unlike wizard hierophants, do not recover MP more quickly while they sleep. AP for each successful act that promotes balance. So not just any act. The act that is difficult, dangerous, or life-threatening. Points gained must be in 3 ways. Successful skill checks. Point gain equal to half the adjusted number of past skill checks. Being a duke or duchess, just do things. Just be happy, make money. Enameler, engineering, engraver, farming. You want to farm. For each field of crops grown successfully, requires 5 AP. For each field of crops a farmer has never grown, which grew successfully, the farmer requires 10 AP. For each captured fish, billions must fish. Let's see. Yeah, there's a few odd ones. The Girdler's Grill. Making girdles, belts and sashes. They are not equal at all. Glovers, grocers. If you want to be a grocer, each unit of staple food. Grocers don't level up. I'm sorry, everyone. Grooming. Groomed immaculately. Herbalists, healers don't level up very up. Hewers, hierophants don't. If I remember correctly, if I go all the way back up, what is the advantages of leveling? Let's see, we got our guilds, we got all this. Peasant occupations, serf occupations, advancing levels. So, advance by attacking foes in combat. Well, goals of each occupation different. Training. So, let's just go through. There's a lot of these. Let me just, Fletchers. Fullers of laundress, want to be a laborer. For each completion of a project, gain 5 AP. For each piece of clothing clean to satisfaction. Lace maker. Link boy. Locksmith, lord and lady. Being just an actual wizard. being a marbler, a mercenary. Mercenary is actually, if you kill people, you get money. You level up. Militiamen, maintaining peace in their community. Yeah, that's millers, miners, minters, money lenders. Earned due to interest. Yeah, navigators, paper makers, pawn shopmen, perfumers, pewterers, potters, pickpockets, poulterers, princes and princesses, public execution. There's more. Like, it keeps going. Like, where's the one that I thought was very funny that I liked a lot? Yes, slave. Oh no, you are a slave. What do you do? How do you level up? The corresponding, the corresponding one. Yeah, you level up. Slave traders, though. Reach healthy male slave that's trade. It's 2 AP. For every female slave trade, it's 3. For every unhealthy slave, only 1. So if you manage to cart in an entire, like, cadre of, like, 20 people, you could get, like, 40 AP for it. It's actually very good. Get on that grind set. Soldiers kill people for points. That's pretty much it. Sorcerers cast magic for points. Stablers do that. Tanners, tavern keepers, thatchers, tinkerers, tile makers, binters, wainwrights, weaponsmiths, wench. You want to be a wench? You can. Whore. The entire section on whores. Yeah. Yeah, must not touch foodstuff or they must purchase them. Whores have least restriction of their working week, communities, occupations. It's common knowledge that royal households keep a group of common whores. Poverty and married women often whore themselves with the consent of their husband. During times of poverty, it's possible for women for the price of an egg. Yeah. Work for the municipal brothel, which is owned by the local government. Free to solicit in taverns. Private whores work for privately owned brothels, owned and managed by a brother, sometimes illegally for a pimp. Freelance whores. Cool. You want to learn about freelancing whores? Ah, yes, from the book. Fair, profitable become freelance whores. Yes, ordinances require whores to wear a visible sign called an aiguillet. An aiguillet is not a cord falls the shoulder and a different color for all his clothes. Only 20% of whores are nobles. The majority of human hoarding begins at the age of 17, though 30% hoard begin before 15. Half of whores are forced into the occupation, half the victims are of public rape. Roughly 25% of whores begin to be prostituted by their families. Only 15% of whores begin the occupation by offering their bodies up by their own choice. Yeah. 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 Technically, for each successfully assisted ejaculation or orgasm, whore requires number of AP equal to the adjusted number of her sexual adeptness skill check. Effectively, if you want a power level as a whore, you need to have really high sexual adeptness skill checks. And if you do that, fine criers. No, we've done it, everyone. Federal whores. Billions must bake. Level 2 fishermen commit the Great Fish Genocide. Currently, you get skill points for it. And I can't decide between sorcerer or tile maker. We already have a cupbearer, a whore, and a druid. Oh no, advancement. Power levels show a party that lets you run a train on you. No, thank you very much. That's not actually as efficient. You would effectively need someone who has very low quality. You need someone with an incredibly low tolerance, and you would be doing great. Power gaming. Yes, so skills are a little bit odd. Some skills actually have a learning curve. That learning curve is a flat penalty unless you invest 5 skill points into it. Now, how do you determine the number of skill points you get? Well, very simply, you get skill points by being how old you are. Generally speaking, as a young adult, you're going to end up with 1d6 minus 1 skill points. But that's incorrect. Oh, did you really think that would be as simple as that? Oh, no. You determine your SP by going through your entire life, and you will roll for every single year the number of skill points you get for that. Yeah. This number of skill points you get, that is what you have to roll. When you are an infant, the 3 years you are an infant, you will roll 3d10 minus 3. I would have gotten 6, let's see, 6, 15, that's 23. I would end up with 20 skill points as an infant. Then I'm going to roll my child skill points and my puberty skill points and my young adult skill points and my middle age skill points, possibly maybe my old age points. That is how you determine the number of skill points you get. The lump sum to be done rule under supervision must ensure the player creates a character realistically. I chose to just say whatever my age is times 4, because on average that's what you would end up getting per year, effectively about 4. About 4-ish, roughly. I kind of got maybe a little gimped during my childhood years, but hey, I kind of did just some pretty basic. So with 108 points, I invested in my multiple skills. Animal handling, appraisal, specific armor, because I thought about it and like, I would be pretty like... I should have actually put that in armor general type, not armor specific, but you get the idea. Common sense, I'm not really good at it. I'm not really good at any divination, unfortunately. Divination is not my strong suit. So yeah, that is actually how you determine it. By every single one. This is the first time we talk about a skill check. It's 3d10 plus modifiers. But if you roll a 6, if you manage to roll a 6, you fail. But 6s are incredibly unlikely. Pretty much anything below a 6 is always a fail. Which is, again, incredibly difficult to actually do. And yes, he did this entirely because it's technically a D1000 system, you could argue. And he based everything off that D1000-ish. Most things require time investments. Most things are, if you want 100% quality, base craft time, produce 1. Yeah, you want to get into crafting. This is an entire system for crafting. Not every skill has a learning curve. Some things require different things. You know, charioteering, again, has its own requirements. Fishing itself actually has a, you need a little bit of, you need something there. Silence, math, fundamental maths, math algebra, math geometry, climbing, writing, music theory. Yes, to become a counterpoint musician, you need music theory. Logic, if you need logic to become a philosopher. Different kind of plants, different blacksmithings, various skills. So, these are every single kind of skill you could possibly think of. Anatomy, animal conditioning, animal handling. So, let's say I want to make an animal handling check. What's my animal handling? Go all the way up here. Animal handling is at 16. So, help the potatoes to do an animal. Oh no, there's a horse. There's my horse is being a little bit wonky. What's going on with Mr. Horse? Where's my D10? Roll 7, 15 plus that. I subdue that. Oh no, there's an enraged dog. What do I do? Succeed. Okay, calm the fuck down, dog. Cool. That's it. You want to do animal conditioning for a trick? Appraising, architecture, general type. You can do specific armor or basic armor. Generally speaking, I should put that somewhere else. Blacksmithing, blind fighting, very important blind fighting. Bookbinding, voyeuring, brawling, various brawling. So let's see. We want to do human brawling. Time for some good old-fashioned fisticuffs, everyone. I'm gonna roll my skill check here. I'm gonna roll my skill check. Let's see. I rolled a 10. I rolled a 30. I rolled a 20 plus my brawling skill. What's my brawling skill? I rolled a 47. I would have foot to mouth. I would have kicked you in the mouth and done 2d6 damage. I've done the hee-yah face, and I've punched you in the noggin. Ogres can just beat the shit out of you. That's their secret technique. It's the tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. There he is. Catching is a skill. Charioteering, chemistry, cheese making. You do have your cheese making skill, don't you? You're not one of the, we are 3 hours into, we're only just getting the skill checks. I have returned, yes. 977 pages, yes. Physical comedy. Pun comedy. Anger is invoked. Consortion, constellations, cooking. Oh no, I need to make a... Nah, I shouldn't make a cooking check. I will fail. Yours disease poisoning. I will poison people with my cooking. Dance. We must dance the dance of life. The lousing. Disarming. If you roll really high on your disarming, hey, incorrect direction is sensed. Yeah, my sense direction isn't very high. 10, 13 plus, what's my sense direction at? Where's my sense direction, damn it? I know you're here. You cannot hide from me. I know you're here. Yeah. Yeah. Did I lose my sense direction? I think I might have. Direction sense, not sense direction. Very different. So with a 20, actually, I would have succeeded. Your correct direction to sense. I will automatically succeed unless I have penalties on that, I just realized. Disguising, various divinations, hydromancy, libanomancy, if you want to. Ta-da. Lithomancy, colored stones, numerology, very important. Yeah, technically, fatal is equals 6 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus equals 13, 1 plus 2 equals 4. The numerological number for fatal is 4. For numerologists, it would describe the significance of the number 4. For an example, the date would be 8/11/1972 equal 2 plus 9 equal 11. Make your numerology check. Come on. Come on, make the numer. Ah, yes, I forgot the ejaculation skill. Technically, you can become more proficient at ejaculation, though that does require the sexual adeptness skill instead. It's a uromancy. Very important to understand your divination of uromancy. Fellatio technically was at one point a skill, but no longer is a skill. Forgery, gambling, House of Fortune. If you want to learn how to play another game, genealogy, girdle making, grooming, haggling, styling. Yeah, you want to like invest in hairstyling if you really want to be a really good like hat making, hearing, herbalisms, hewing, hiding, cultural history, various other histories. Hurling, which is different from throwing. Ink making, impaling, severity graphic damage of stabbing weapons, juggling, jumping, languaging, lockpicking, logica, maths, minting, music count, not to be confused with music theory. That's very important. You like music theory? You can play a music theory check. You can just be a guy who like specializes in music theory but no music. Become one of those assholes. There's still more. Yes, very important. This is the sexual adeptness skill. So, sexual adeptness is a very fascinating skill. In a sexual encounter, sexual adeptness heavily influences the perception of the other from positive to negative. So for each SP spent into sexual adeptness, they may further invest one SAP into either cunnilingus, ejaculation, orgasm control, fellatio, or positions. Of course, your ejaculation or orgasm control for each SP invented with sexual adeptness may invest there. Especially ejaculation control may delay his ejaculation until he is ready. Increases our odds of having an orgasm by 1 for each point invested. For each female that already has base odds of orgasm, boo, which is D100. The TH for orgasm is 100 minus boo, points invested in the orgasm control, compared to the skill check. As you can kind of see, fellatio, of course, positions, debauchery discrepancy penalty. Then we have the most important check possible. Bodily attractiveness, except in the darkness, facial charisma, kinetic charisma, contortion, SP invested, depending on the position, if only debauchery exceeds 50, of course. SP invested in sexual adaptness, SP invested into the most appropriate specialities, such as cunnilingus, fellatio, and of course, the tightness index. It is very important for the tightness index, the pleasure pain index. Pretty much always understand for vaginal or anal sex, tightness ratio is a major factor of pleasure. Determine the modifier for tightness, divide manhood circumference by anal or vaginal circumference potential, multiply the result by 100 considering the base tightness, then use the following parabolic formula. BT minus 80 to the square root, negative 4y plus 120, solve for y. For example, if the BT is 70, then 70 minus 80 to the square root equals negative 4y plus 120. Do all the math, y would equal 5. Therefore, the most sexual pleasure is experienced if that fit is either too tight nor too loose. The result from the tightness is average with other modifiers, including the skill check. Consult the following table below to observe the performance of your character, typical impression made by a sexual partner. Finally, in the case of multiple partners, a character's satisfaction may be considered either partner or average with the entire experience. So, John Fatal. As you can tell, John Fatal, if we go down to his, sexual adeptness, he's not actually really good at any of this shit. He's really not. Like, if he's in the same room, no one's having fun. The lights are off. If the lights are on, we got a 14, we got a 15, 15 minus 10, we scored a 5. It was pretty bad. However, if we don't have any of that and it's just us, it's 10, 19, They did pretty good. They just can't see our face. Easy enough to understand. Now, of course, ejaculation does have its own, its percentage of ejaculation based on age. People ejaculate 80%, adults 50%, middle age is 60%, old age 70%. Or a scrotum contain less than 10% of potential sperm. For example, the scrotum of a young adult is full, then you will be reduced 50% fullness by first ejaculation, 25, second, how it goes. The number of ejaculation contractions is 4 plus 1d6 to the distance sperm launch. His first contraction affected by age, physical fitness, a bunch of other things. Now, when a male ejaculates, the attractiveness of the object he is watching affects his ejaculation. Now, consider whether the male is looking at imagining a face or body and dividing the bodily attractive by the facial charisma by 100, multiply ED by the result. So your ED effectively is your ability to ejaculate well. I failed through the peak of degen basement dweller design. It seemed like a word salad, and imagine having to do the equation to play. I must know how far my cum goes. Yeah, if do shit in the dark, you don't have to worry about anything. I hate you for going back the moment you saw a chart for tightness. Yes. Shipwrights, silence, silversmithing, skinning, sound. Yeah, your ability to find sound, spellcasting, combat, spitting. Yes, your spitting skill, your sprinting skill, very different kinds of various sprinting skills. Stonemasonry, storytelling, surgery, symbology, tailoring, tanning, teaching, touching, tinkering, toxicology, tracking. Do you have that? Transcribing, trickery. Oh, it's very urination score. Yeah, this is make sure you have your make sure you apply your urination score to skill to urinate accurately or to maximize the distance of a stream of urine. Generally, skill is for males, though certain circumstances females may exercise their urinating skills. This is best left for the discretion of the adile. Whenever the character attempts to urinate on a target, urination requires accuracy or distance. A urination check is made. So, you do have like, you are like, do not have to go. Tinkle tinkle, minor 3. 29 plus is a flood for 10d10 seconds. Every day we stray further from God's holy light. Yeah, no, also here's all the various so all characters in the immediate frame must make a wrestling skill check. The results are with 3 of each other. Gridlock, unable to attack. 2 or more attempt to wrestle a throw. Roll is overbearing. Otherwise, character with the highest roll must now roll a d20 and consult the final table. We've done it. I'm wrestling you. Roll the table. 14. Oh no, we've engaged with one another. I'm belly to belly. You have grabbed your foe in the front, grasping their toes with the inside arm, depending on which way you decide to thrash them. For example, thrashing someone to the right would require you to grasp their left arm. The foe suffers 2d8 subdual damages, temporarily stunning them for 1d6 rounds. Unless its action is tastelessly pulverized upon a rock, some solid bodily receptacle, it's for normal damage, subdual. Choking, fish hook, new moves, winner's choice, eye gouging, overbearing, hold is futile. So yeah, a little hard to read, but scissor lock, armbar, leg blocking, suplex, wrist locking, head locking, bear hugging, hammer locking. If a human male successfully overbears a female, then it's possible a rape may occur. If a male seeks away a female at her expense, likely she is not, or may attempt to intimidate her, allow that. On the other hand, he may be enraged and prefer to continue without asking. If an intimidation check is successful, then double the effective weight difference used in the overbearing above. If either wearing clothes, then suffers a penalty for both. Either wearing light armor, roll 3d10 and wants to roll higher than 1/3 of the weight difference used in overbearing, doubled by intimidation if used. Roll fails, manage to escape from the clutches of the rapist. Manage to land a graphic gore in either manhood or testes. Yeah, so technically, that's you roll a 12, you get, if you roll a 12, you can actually just do terrible things. Equipment's bullshit. Doesn't make any sense. There's stuff you can buy it if you feel like. Don't really worry about it too much. I know I didn't. This is actually the item durability. That's hacking, piercing, and bludgeoning. Mm. Yeah, we hit the part of doing so well brawling. Yeah. Well, technically, you have a 5% chance of actually getting the. Actually, you would have about a 10% chance of getting the overbearing result. But if you actually want to be productive, don't do that. Do literally like bear hug them, throw them to the ground and kill them, because that is the idea. That's if you're in a wrestling situation, you're in combat. That's what you want to do, because you have a 1 in 20 chance of actually scoring that. A bag of holding money that's around the neck. Common equipment. You want to buy a bench. Not too difficult to create anything. You want to make a car. You want to make a camise, pair of loaded dice, wooden flute, a ladder, a lantern. Very important for lanterns. I don't know why it's organized like this. Various beverages, water, wine, ale. Beer is always good. Everyone likes beer. Here's various foods. You want to buy food? You want to have caviar? Want to have some figs? Some fish? I love fish. Honey, meat, animal and slave trading. Slave trading is some good fucking money. You can do it. However, horses make a lot more money. Donkeys make some good money. Camels make a shit ton of money, even though camels shouldn't exist because there are no camels in Europe. But like, yeah, you want to make some good money? You want to make some real good money? Donkeys make good. Ox are decent. By technicality, men are worth less than women by a very large one. Everyone likes slaves. That's the thing. Everyone likes slaves. Everyone has slaves. Slaves for days. You want to buy some things that you'll never afford because you start with like a D10 silver. You want to buy torture devices? Why? I don't know. Here's the melee weapons. So, this fulcrum range is a little bit weird. Fulcrum range is quite literally how far you can swing the weapon. Not so much damage it does. The footman's axe can instantly kill you. Most of these things can instantly kill you, which I find to be very interesting. However, our boy here, doesn't have actually a good weapon. He just has a pry bar. He has a negative 14 to hit with the pry bar because he's not very good at combat. He just swings it around a little bit and hopefully he hits something. It does D8 damage because that's your normal damage. Like, this is the miscellaneous weapon category. None of these do any damage, really. Shovels are a good shovel, to the head usually does pretty good. Various missile weapons. Yeah. You want to beat someone with a chain? You can do that. Various weapons. No armor, really. Armor is a little bit weird. Like, they have armor here, but armor is not... I wouldn't say armor isn't useful. Armor just is weird because it's... They have a system where you have to target very certain parts of the body, but they don't really have that as well. So we've gotten through all of this. We've hit chapter 10, which is combat. Combat is exactly what you think it is. You roll for initiative, and then you do whatever you want. You can try to change it if you want, but everything is divided into these body part points. Yeah, your body part points are pretty much like health individualized to certain areas. But you really shouldn't bother with it at all because they don't talk about it. That's the issue. They don't really mention it at all because it's not really important. And you really shouldn't worry about it because your current armor, this is where things get a little bit weird. Like, your current armor is your ability to not get hit. It's effectively like it's technically like an armored class. I think that's kind of the way to think about it. The more protection. No creature may have a CA less than 1, therefore, even if a target creature is asleep, attacking creature must make an attack skill check. CA may exceed 30. An unmodified attack roll of 30 is always hit a foe with an Aliel's approval. Yeah, because that's actually how you hit somebody. Skill check must exceed TH for the skill or attack to be successful. TH is based on the CA of the foe and other modifiers, size, distance. CA type must be applied. There's a few different types, but generally speaking, you need to actually hit their armor. If you hit their armor, you win. That's how you do it. There's one thing that's a little bit wonky though about Fatal Combat. And let me go all the way down to not encumbrance. I have 22 armor. You need to roll a 22 or higher to hit me. It's not too difficult, but if against it's very easy to be incompetent with weapons. Unless you invest points into it to be competent with weapons. Yeah. After modifications, the attack misses entirely for damage. The attack skill check results in more exceed base armor value. After modifications, agility was less than the current armor after adjusted. The damage subtracted from the IP from the armor of the foe. Yeah. Effectively, how it works is you pretty much like if you miss the BCA, you miss your base current armor, you miss entirely. If you hit that, but less than the current armor just for the armor, you hit the armor and you deal damage to the armor instead. So let's say I had like a brigade, like I had a breastplate on, you hit my base current armor and my agility, but then you would have hit my armor, not me. Yeah, so just for armor, then damage spectrum foes life points according to the weapon you use, possible strength of the attacker, but also BPP from the stricken body part. Yeah, you can if you want. You might get your hand lopped off. Literally every attack has a chance of lopping your arms off or things like that. I got really bored at this point, if you can't tell. Yeah, most weapons, if they manage to hit you, you will get a limb ripped off. Probably. You will probably get a limb ripped off, unless you're like an ogre. But like, for example, I have 21 life points, and I get hit by an axe in the chest, it will do 2d10 plus, it will do like 2d10 plus 8 damage. I'm going to die, probably. I'm going to get reduced down, and I will fall over because I've been hit by an object. But they have to beat a 22, and if they aren't really good at attacking people, suddenly they just don't. If you have any sense of skill when it comes to weaponry, you are pretty much impossible to deal with. It's very easy to just bludgeon people to death. Smiting people, if you hit someone, like you can try to knock people down more. If you try to charge more, you might take you might deal bonus damage to them. Try to, kind of hit them a little bit easier. Because the idea is that if you get hit in like your arm, your arm might get tore off because it's based on the percentage of your life points. So getting hit in the head can instantly kill you by literally anything. But you want to know a secret? Armor actually reduces damage down by 1%. So hey, I've been hit by you punching me in the face when I have a leather armor on, and you roll 2d6 damage. You rolled 8 damage. I'm taking 40% less damage from that. You're trying to hack me with a weapon. you're now dealing 60% less damage, because that's how fucking damage is calculated. But remember, you can't afford any of this shit, because you're fucking poor. Nothing really protects you from stabbing, because stabbing is just the best thing you can do. So always just stab. And try not to die violently. Because, yeah, no, there are different kinds of attacks. You will be healing relatively quickly at a daily rate. You do heal relatively quickly, relatively speaking. Whether or not the character will continue in combat, either continue to flee to find the drive sub-ability. Abandoned by companion, leader is killed, LP reduced by half, most powerful ally is killed. Opponent seems invisible. Outnumbered at least 3 to 1, 10 to 1. Falling damage, ooh. Bashing doors down, ooh. Home advantage, +5 to initiative and skill check, ooh. Called shots, ooh. Yeah, what you do is, you need to make a called shot. Supposed to be 7 cubed. Therefore, Ogre, who's 108, trying to hit a 7 target since 6.48. Remainder, the Ogre is trying to hit a target with 6% of his size. Subtract the above percentage from 100 and divide by 5. The result is the modifier to the attack. If the CA is 10, then the Ogre needs to adjust the attack roll 28 to hit the head of the elf as intended. Yeah, that's how we do fucking called shots. You should never do... Yeah, because this is the idea of graphic gore. If you manage to roll 25 or higher, and you manage to beat their CA, you have graphic gore. Graphic gore is pretty much a crit. It's like, hey, you deal a shit ton more damage, you do more damage, you hit them right in the head, you bash their skull in. Like, hey, you hit people with, like, anything. Like, say, hey, I, fucking hit someone with a, let's see. I've hit you in the... I hit you in a pounding on your face. Pounding on your face. 3D6. It's 3D6, right? 3D10. 3D10. So, I bash you in the skull. I've done a super big amount of damage. I'm going to do a lot of big hits to you. You're not going to have a good time. I'm going to hit you pounding in the face. 10, 11. I broke your jaw. The foe's jaw falls to the ground. The teeth are dislodged. The eye is pounded. Pounding heads, yeah. I rolled you in the hit you on the skull. 15, 22. Roll 1d10. Enter the skull from... Hit you from the right side of the head of the front, bludgeoning through the temporal lobe. The foe dies instantly. Graphic gore is crit to instantly kill people. It is entirely possible. What happens if I stab you in the face? Let's see, that would be 13, 17. Teeth are dislodged. Can you decide the surface area of the weapon that connected the teeth of the foe? It's randomly determine the number of teeth that are dislodged if I stabbed you in the face. Stabbing in the head, though. That is a 10, 11, 22, 21. Stabbing enters the skull from the left to right of the head and penetrating the temporal lobe. The foe dies in. Welcome to Crit Charts. If you fumble, life makes fun of you, and everything goes wrong. If you die, you can get brought back to life, maybe. You shouldn't. When someone has hit you because you're competent with less, is likely to murder you. If you're incompetent, they're virtually no threat. It seems armor will seriously hurt you if something with fire attack tries to attack you. I drive TM. Pounding the head is literally insta-kill no matter what you roll. What the fuck? Why did you not pick the insta-kill ones? Because usually they're not as good, like, damage-wise, and you still have to beat them. A competent foe with good armor is going to be a lot more difficult to actually defeat. It's like, yeah, I want to pick an item that's going to instantly decapitate you. Now, magic is weird. We're not going to talk about magic very much. Effectively, you need metal. You need a lot of metal. You need just metal, and then you can perform ceremonial magic, you can perform chaos magic. Then you need to do chants. Yeah, you need to do a lot of chants. You need to do this. Chant of being unnecessary. Make sure you do these. Have no fear. Ingredients, magical effects, rituals. One of the ideas is that you're going to be getting a lot more magic points and a lot more abilities, a lot more things every level. You need to use these things to use magical spells. If you ever in an opposition to a spell or something, effectively you're gonna have a bad prep. Like you're gonna have a really bad, bad issue. So if you're say a fire druid, you can't really cast air or ether spells. Easy enough to understand. Say, hey, I want to create something. Yeah. So it's like, hey, spell levels and norms. Oh, hey, you want to do convocations? You want to do illusions? Earth? Water, restorations, spells. There's a lot of spells. Acidic touch, aching feet, against evil sleep, against menstruation. Eggless. All for one, and all for one. An excellent spell for silencing, for subjugating, or for restraining. Yeah, that's what you can do. Ascertain property, ascertain venom. Pretty much, you spend the points, you make the check, you roll. That's all you need to do. You need to do the chance, you need to have the right ingredients, you need to have things that are appropriate for it. Now, there's a few that are interesting in here. Beguiling enemies, bestow, and there's quite a lot of them if you haven't quite seen that yet. Bestow Convulsion. Of course, we all like Bestow Decade. Let's see. Call Flood, Call Chilly Gust, Call Comet. You can call a comet and just, we see that. Call the Gale Wind. Call God. Call Dog. But we're gonna go to, let's say, we want to do, of course we have, the various, yes, of course, Lesser Holocaust. Yeah, Lesser Holocaust. Casting the spell goes incomprehensible burning damage. Caster must choose a central point within range from the central point. Your blast will explode violently and implode again within 1 round. Anything within the area is subject to 4d100 times 10 IP or LP damage. It is most likely only ashes will remain. No vegetation will grow for 1 century. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, there's a lesser version. Does that mean that there is a greater Holocaust? Yes. Of course there's greater Holocaust. Where it does the thing, except nothing grows for 1 millennium. Greater vulnerability to ethicality. Sorry, ethical. Ethical can make us more vulnerable. What? Can you go to a different occupation? No, not really. Why would you? Ethical people are deadly. Greater vulnerability to morality. Greater vulnerability to weapons. Happy Cleaver. Have her cadaver. Have 1 female who could appear to be alive and unconscious. The appearance is illusionary. Each character who consents the female cadaver must roll 1d100. The result must be 75 or higher to disbelieve the illusion. For the spell to function, the cadaver must have all its bones, though no flesh is necessary. The spell does not function on a humanoid larger than 7 feet in height. While the spell is functional, the dead female will appear exactly as she did during the most fertile moment of her life. She hair, flesh that is not discolored and warm to the touch. In fact, her chest is observed will appear to rise and fall as though she breathes. If her nose is examined, we feel as though she inhales and exhales. Finally, in her vagina is penetrated, it will feel warm and wet. In every respect, the female cadaver will appear to be healthy and alive. If in life the female was unattractive, then the illusion of her will be equally unattractive. Spell is not among the most popular, but when it's cast, the most common reason is casting is copulation. Spell duration end, the illusion will instantly disappear. Yeah, you can just have sex with a corpse. It's an illusion. Impotence. Skedaddle, skedaddle, skadoodle. Your dick is now a noodle. Yeah, you wanna turn someone's dick into a noodle? Yeah, okay. Hey, you're caster level 3. For 1d20 hours, your dick is limp. Like, no! Internal explosion. Technically, you can have this kill someone with internal explosions. Inferno, just kill everyone in the area. Intestinal wreath, internal infestation. Cool. Yeah, all the spells are terrible, and I hate all of them. Like, they are legitimately the worst fucking thing I've ever read. And there's more. There's a lot of them. What, did you not expect the, Did you really not expect the spells to be a lot? Did you really, really not think that there were going to be a fuck ton of spells? Then you have some, like, magical items. Magical items don't really mean too much. They're just stuff you can find. Cool. No one, I don't care. None of this matters. Nah. None of this matters. I'm a fool. I know nothing. Yeah, they sometimes play with characters who are simply undesirable. Average less than 90, may consider telling discover the character and try again. No compensation should be yielded if they have low LP or MP from several low rolls. Is simply what they might have to do. You can change it if you want, but you don't. It's kind of just ta-da. So effectively what happens, if you work together, you're going to get bonus points. So you might say, hey, everyone's going to get 150, 200 bonus points. Or 100 bonus points, because you did really well this adventure. Did an adventure. If you succeeded, you're going, so it's like, hey, we did really good. So we get 25% of the bonus points of each surviving member. Cool. So it's like, hey, we work together a lot. Instead of 100 bonus points, we all get 125 bonus points. That's nice. That's cool. That's fun. Hey, you did the task. Cool. 125, but we now have 150 bonus points. You converted a bunch of odds. Oh, well, this character did really well. You might have 170 bonus points. Cool. You did something creative. You get some bonuses. AP for... Technically, if you want to be really specific, you have accumulated AP for 10 years. Must determine their occupational level. Square root of the... Generally, rule, the occupational level of a character is the square root of the numbers of years of experience they have. With 18 years experience, it will likely have achieved the 4th occupational level. So if we want to be really specific, and let's say I've been a Teamster for 10 years. Let's say that I've been a Teamster for 10 years. I would be a level 3 Teamster, roughly speaking. I would be about a level 3 Teamster. When you do level up by some amazing advance at a rate faster, 1 occupational per game session, Let's see, advanced level 2 levels. If you do manage to level up, you're going to get 1d10 skill points. You roll, hey, I got 9 skill points. I can invest in any of this. It's cool. That's how you do it. That's how you level up. You're actually supposed to kind of like... Technically, like, you should be able to, like, level up in a bunch of different things. You know, convenient time to change. Since when occupational gate is laws never lost, and characters may be reverted any time. Becomes a cobbler. Yeah. Technically, that's how you're supposed to do things. You're not really supposed to stay as a cobbler. No. Like, it's funny because you when I read this, I was like, I think I get the idea of what you're supposed to do. Because you start the game as a level 4 cobbler, effectively. You've been cobbling for 4 years. Then you immediately probably go into another occupation that is an actual occupation, like fighter, or a mercenary, or a soldier of some variety. That's how you really level up. That's how you actually get better at life. You are a whore turned into an assassin, or something like that. There's really no thing that you say you can't. As long as you're doing your job. Yeah, like, technically speaking, that is fine. Like, that's how that would, I think what he was trying to do. There's an entire warfare system. We're not giving. I don't care. I don't care. You don't care. No. This is the official character sheet. The official 2-hit charts. Various appendices. And there's the man, the myth, the legend himself. There's Byron Hall. Hello, Byron. How are you? Oh, goodness. Generally speaking, Jim Hausler, John Terry, and Ryan Keane are interesting. Now, there's mashing doors, choking, correlating tables, height and weight, helping with races, energies, color of butter face, cuntess, mouth cunt, graphic gore, justice, live experimentation for pounding weapons, live sprinting experimentation, playtesting, proofreading, refining the combat round system, refining abilities, races, vocal recordings, and pure evil. Now, how do I want speed picking guitar or though he's willing to compete with other prove it? Now, that's fatal. Fatal. Now, here's the thing. These random magical effects. Oh, Jesus. Fine, random magical effects. Appendices 3. Let's go down to the appendices 3 to just give you an idea. So D1000. So let's roll D1000, everybody. So let's see. We have 410. 410. We have caster worships in the entire body is branded with the symbol of subterranean troll god of something. We have 298. Caster's party immediately dies, but not the caster from lightning bolts from the sky. 841. Caster and target believes they must run off together and make babies. 732. We'll go on this chart now. Our creature acquires narcissistic personality disorder. Masters also about those about whom they care. Here's the thing with Fatal. Here's an interesting thing with Fatal. I have three beliefs. There's three things about Fatal that I believe. There's three things that occurred here. Option 1. Here's the thing. Okay, let's. I'll write this down. I got three ideas of why Fatal exists. Option A. Byron the pervert. You could take the entirety of Fatal directly on its face. Byron Hall is a pervert. He wanted to write a game where he could, where he wanted to have sex. He wanted to be, I want to have ingrained dick measuring contests. I want to have a large quantity of just weird shit because he's into that. That's what he's into. He is into bugbear rape. He is into, he's into slavery. He's into a bunch of weird fetish stuff. And this is just something that he wanted. That's all he wanted to do. This is specifically Byron Hall's game. Option 2. Option B. Byron the autist. Byron's an autist. And by that, he legitimately believed that he needed to include all of this. He needed to have the graphic bugbear thing because he read about it in a book. And he needed to have it. If he didn't have it, it would not work. This would not be his perfect, beautiful game that is not his. So of course you have it. So of course you add more. Of course you add more. And the people who he brought on board either were like, well, this is weird, but we may as well go along with it. Or B, it's like, oh, well, we'll help him out because this is actually kind of interesting in its own way. And they didn't realize what they were writing most of the time. Because Byron's an autist. He did not realize what he wrote. And he did legitimately believe that this was a quality product. And when he realized, oh, people don't like that, he rewrote it for the second edition. Like, he didn't realize people didn't like that, didn't like the first edition, so he's like, I'm going to rewrite it so people enjoy it a little bit more. Option C. Byron the Fool. Byron's an idiot and didn't quite know what he wanted, and he thought this was a lot more clever than it actually was. He thought that he was making this historical epic, and he didn't realize most of the shit he was writing was completely moronic. He's an idiot, effectively. That he added all of these things because, well, that's realism. It's realism. And every single shitty, stupid thing he wrote in was because he read it in a book or misinterpreted something. And something is just wrong or something stupid or he just doesn't understand something. So he's like, well, I'm going to just add more math in because that's what I know. Like, I know how to do, oh, well, here's this complicated algorithm, which doesn't make any fucking sense, but doesn't matter. Now, this is, there's option D, of course. Byron the self-aware. Byron Hall writes a game. We'll call it pre-fatal. We'll call it Mortis. Yeah, we'll call it Mortis. Mortis is a real deep historical game about a vaguely fantasy. About a vaguely fantastic Europe. Vaguely fantastical Europe. And that vaguely fantastical Europe does include a lot of little things, but nothing like that. No sex, no fighting. Well, no, there would be fighting, of course, but no. All the charts are there, everything, but none of the sex stuff. Like, why bother? There's no reason for any of that. Why do we have facial beauty? Because facial beauty is important to him, or kinetic. This kind of falls into a different category of B. But at some point, Byron realized that he was writing something that would not be remembered at all. It would come out and not a single human being would talk about it. It would be the most boring shit imaginable, or another game had already come out. That's another option. Because this is in 2000 when he was doing this. And if you assume that he was working on Fatal in 2000, in let's say 1999, 1998, is when he started on all this, you are now thinking that 2nd edition D&D, World of Darkness, all of that was in there. And then suddenly, for no reason at all, in 2000 he's getting there, and then, oh shit, 3rd edition comes out, completely smashes the market, everything is terrible, and suddenly his game is going to get completely mogged. All those popular edgy 90s things which he wants to put in isn't going to do well. So he, in this moment of self-awareness, he's like, hey, I've got some of these books, I've got some of these things. I have like the horror class because I thought that would be appropriate. Why don't I remodel the game? Why don't I just remodel this entire thing to be this really autistic, like, fucking, you know, like, pervert fantasy thing, and that'll sell, because I've already written most of the book. I've already written dozens, hundreds upon hundreds of pages of this, you know, low fantasy world, you know, where, you know, there's like some like very weird European world. Yeah, intentionally made it into something edgy and memorable. The edgy on purpose. Because every now and again, the way that it's written is very odd. Because you will see things like, here's the pregnancy mechanics, and then like, it'll go into like the Knight's Chivalric Code. Or there's the entire section on roads, upon taverns, upon inns. And I was thinking about it, like, if you remove, because I'm going to pitch something to you. I'm going to pitch something to you. I want to just put this over here. You don't need that. I'm going to pitch something to you. It's, you're playing, I'm going to pitch a game to you all, and I want you to just kind of internalize this first. Here is a very low fantasy, vaguely mythical Europe. There are, you know, elves and dwarves and all of these things in Europe. However, it is very low fantasy. You are a bunch of peasants. You are a bunch of layabouts. We're going on adventures to make a quick buck, or just living your lives in the chaotic world going on around you. And you level up very slowly. It is very much more about historical accuracy. It's kind of like Harn in that way. It's European Harn, except where Harn is a lot more about, how do I want to word it? Where Harn is a lot more about living Harnic life, about Harn itself. It's like, yeah, you can play dwarves and elves and all that shit. It's Harn with all the cool shit that you actually want in it. And it's like, well, there are bugbears, but like, there are trolls and all these, you know, ogres and shit. You can play one of those if you want. But the most thing is like, you're a bunch of human serfs, and kind of like Warhammer Fantasy, the Polish Warhammer Fantasy, mind you, except way more autistic. However, that wouldn't sell because Harn already exists. That wouldn't work because that game already exists out there. And you realize that too late. You're like, oh fuck, I've spent 2-3 years working on a game that doesn't exist. Like, this is going to go nowhere. And if you want it to be popular, well, what do? Because remember that thing I said right at the beginning of this stream, 4 hours ago? What's better? To be remembered or to be completely forgotten? Fatal is a game that has been remembered through the years. Because of the weird stuff it's put in, the bizarre things it's put in. And if it was just another low fantasy mudcore RPG, maybe not even really well written, do you think people would talk about Fatal? No. I can tell you what would have happened. I would have found this game and we would have gone over fucking Mortis or whatever it would have been called, and I would have said, it's a kind of an interesting 3D10 system. You can maybe work something with it. It's very autistic with its math though. Maybe cut it down. And no one would talk about it. The video would get 100 views and not a single fucking soul would care. But no, we've had 20 people in here. This has been one of the largest streams I've ever had, of 15 plus people, minimum, coming here to let me talk about one of the most infamous games in tabletop gaming history. Also, thank you for following Gundam Pilot 79RX. Case in point, you have put this in, and now here you are, remembered, even if it's not positively. It's kind of it's interesting to think about. That's why I'm like, a part of me is thinking that this is always been the case. There is a little bit of self-awareness from Byron. That he knew exactly what he had made, potentially far too late. Because if you look at most everything else Byron has done, if we have found the right Byron, most of everything else he's done has been like weird math therapy stuff, Statisticat, like a statistics program, SPSS. Nothing about it says like I'm a weird sex pest who really wants, my graphic rape mechanics. But if you're an edgy kid from the 90s trying to make something in kind of the death knell of the 90s era, suddenly Fatal has a very different context to it. The entire game takes on a much different tone. It's no longer Byron is Byron's this silly pervert who hates women. Byron's this autist who doesn't understand what he's writing. Byron's an idiot and is misreading a bunch of things. Byron is trying to make a book dedicated solely to the fact that he will be remembered for it and it'll, quote, sell, end quote. People will buy the game that is completely asinine and weird. Of course they'll buy it. They want to be the guys to own Fatal. They want to be the guys to own the most infamous game in history. But it backfired. You can get Fatal right now. You Google Fatal RPG PDF, you will get this game. You can download it right fucking now. And I encourage you to. Really, I do. I encourage you right this moment to download Fatal. If only responded to my physical letters, the bit. But I think the idea is that he realized far too late that Fatal was a flawed product, but he was self-aware enough to understand that it wasn't going to do well. But because of all those options, the truth of the matter is I think they're all four. I think Byron was this autistic dude who was like, I'm going to write this really complicated, historically accurate game. But it quickly escalated into him not quite understanding what he was writing. He likes medieval history, but that's not his forte. He read a few books. He cites Aristotle. He's a weird philosopher going from quack sciences and like vaguely accurate historical accounts. And he said like, that's just obvious. It's kind of, he took meme Europe, the actual definition of memes. And he decided that but he was self-aware enough to realize it wasn't going to sell. But instead of saying, hey, why don't I reposition this game to be something else? Why don't I say like this is more of a historical accurate, combat game? Why don't I say it's a historical accurate life sim game? he decided, I'm going to add pervert mechanics to it. I'm going to add the urination mechanic. I'm going to add the sexual adeptness. I'm going to add the juice spell to it. Because he removed the Jew spell of Jewery. But that's the point. That he, again, because remember, everything Byron touches turns to lead. His magnum opus included. That was my really poetic ending to this. That is all of the poetry I have. Now you're just going to listen to me say fuck on Kickstarter for like an hour. It's going to be great. If you have any questions on Fatal, now's the time to ask. I'm not going to say I'm like the most well-versed in Fatal lore, but we do have Cole in the chat here, so he may be able to help as well. It is such a fascinating thing just to know that it exists, and just the combination of things with it is like I must learn more about the Tale. And that is the most beautiful thing ever. Is Cole Byron's relative? No. He's trying to buy the rights. Alright, so let's get sad. Great start, everyone. STL files and a Morkborg supplement. Awesome. All right, let's go. Let's get to it. So, Japanese board game where I get to try to like interpret the results based on context clues. OSC stuff. Magical Girl card game. Card game. That's just not legal. Like, that's just not legal. Where are you from? Mexico. Ooh. I'm a fool. I know nothing. I do know for a fact they do not own that. Fun fact. Yeah, based on Lucas Zukowski's Dwarf Mountaineer. So yeah, they bought him off that. STL files, Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds, cool. Savage Worlds, fine. Arcade Con. Pod people, experimental game, body snatching, alien invasion. Alright. Can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, says man. Unknowing that it will be that bad. The 5e expansion, yay. Norway. Why are you? Stop. I mean, there can't be. There's got to be something else here. We've got some board games. You've got board games, card games, STL files, 5e stuff. I love 5e. You love 5e. I love 5e. It's the greatest thing ever. It's the greatest role-playing game of all time. I'm going to read this just because I want to feel really sad and mad. Oh, wow. It's a zine about tieflings, my least favorite fucking thing ever. That's why I've been, like, perpetually fucking mad. Like, here's the thing. Like, here's the thing. I hate tieflings. I fucking despise tieflings. You wanna know why I hate tieflings? Because there's not a single instance where they are interesting. Well, I take that back. There's one instance where tieflings are interesting, and it's fucking Planescape Torment. You wanna know why? Because she's a weird character, and I never fucking used her. I was too busy with the other cool characters of Planescape Torment. But that's the thing, I think her name is Anna. Like, that's the really, like, I don't get why people, like, love tieflings so much. I don't like them. That's why it's been, like, really weird and annoying for me when people are like, oh my god, Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate, it's the best game ever created by man. Look at my waifu, Karlak. I'm like, I fucking hate tieflings. And every time someone does, like, I killed Karlak, I feel so sad. I'm like, good. Fucking tieflings belong in a cross. Kill them all. That's my philosophy. Fucking hate them. Alright, we can make it work. Modern for DCC. Oh. 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 Already been over some of these. Yeah, we've been over these. But let's try to interpret. It's a control game. It's a control. Yeah, that's the money laundering scheme. Welcome to Rigs, otherwise known as a game using a different system entirely. I love Rune. Rune's the best game ever. If you ever want to have like pure fucking like SEO nightmares, this is it. This is SEO beauty in its fucking nutshell. What else have you made? Tell me more about what you've made, Michael Elliott. There's got to be something good. Nothing good. Wow. I'm gonna make a wild guess. Are you using another system? No, you aren't actually. I'm very surprised. Yeah, you're a single-player Souls-like mecha RPG using a different system, and here's a bunch of things, and it's super cool. It's amazing. Here's all my links. How much does he make on Patreon? Makes more than fucking me. Tell me more about your itch.io. Nostalgia and Dragons 4th edition. Wow. He's on all the things. Hi, Michael. Hello. It's you. No one posts there. I don't want to see what's on Blue Sky. What the fuck is co-host? A new one? For the people. Our espionage. I mean, there's got to be something. Pod people, like what do we do to play? Intimate horror story feel to it. Deviation, got a 6th sense. Ooh. Well, if we're at the browser, would you mind checking out the early playtest rule posted on the Discord? I thought you had the basic idea so far. Yeah, no, I'll take a look at it. Superheroes, clean-cut bozos that fuss over rules, laws, and morality. You are your vengeance prayer and right. You're badass, take no shit from anyone. It's the boys, everyone. It's just the boys, because that's the only superhero thing that matter. Badass factor and powers. Lightweight, encourage rules to be broken and abused. Narrate things, create things, decapitate them. Yay, that's cool. Internet things, that's AI art, by the way. That's totally AI art. There can't be any like, let's see. Path of the Troll, College of the Influencer, Circle of Memes. I hate you so fucking much. I want you to know. Oh, God. Okay, so D6 only rules. I mean, this is kind of neat. We will keep an eye out on this one. So this is Eat the Reich. Your team of cracked vampire commandos drink all of Hitler's blood because that's the one thing we know. Yeah, you have pre-generated characters. I have a strange feeling you will not be able to make your own. You're vampires. You can play this one. Cool. I'm playing Chuck. Cool. Neat. What's the rules? It's a dice 6 dice pool success system. It'll of course be on VTTs. My VTT. Hello, Rowan Walken Deckard. These are the guys who made Honey Heist, fun fact. They also made Die the Role-Playing Game, which I hated because it was made by a bunch of cretins. I have been told that Heart Beneath the City is good. I have zero fucks, really. I just thought it was very funny that there are 4 sensitivity readers. Yes, there are 4 sensitivity readers for this game, which we know few of them. One of them, that's one of my favorite, is James Mendez Hodes, the Filipino fucker who wrote about Japanese people in the TSL sourcebook, where he kept saying stupid shit because he can't write to save his fucking life because he's a fucking moron. And I do mean that like as a fucking gibbering moron. And there's a reason the Philippines should be eradicated. Maybe the Japanese were right. With Honey Heist, this doesn't feel very World War II at all. Don't think about it. Is Honey Heist good? Honey Heist is a meme game. It's a meme game. Man, Hodes is a fucking idiot. I fucking hate him. He's dumbass. They were right. They were right about the Chinese too. Yeah, no, the Filipino. I don't believe the Filipino people should exist. Just take a little eraser and just like erase the Philippines, and life will be so much better in the world. We've also do know about Rue Dickey a little bit. Rue is very fascinating because this is Rue. He is a Roma indigenous Welsh non-binary disabled creative based out of Oregon. They're also Jewish. Fun fact. Yeah, so they are a Roma Jew, which in the Jewish, hierarchy is pretty fucking low on the totem pole. But they are also Welsh, so they are, even on the English, on the Anglo totem pole, pretty fucking low. As a proud Jew myself, I hate Roma Jews. Gypsies are annoying. Gypsies steal shit. Yeah, I'm racist. What about it? Yeah, this is, yes, welcome. Yes, yeah, I'm racist. What about it? Yeah, Rue is, there's a reason we can't have nice things, but yes, there are 4 sensitivity readers and cultural consultants for this fucking game, because we live in a clown society. This is Oliver. Hello, Oliver. He's a German man. Yeah, he's done things. Marta Padvani, I mean, what? Anti-fascist activist. Tell me more. Tell me more, Marta. Oh, what a powerful chin you have, Marta. Hello, Marta. I'm not... Can you spot them? I don't know. Oh, wow! Hi, Marta. She worked on Stonewall. That's funny. Yeah, this is Marta. Hello, Marta. I believe this is her. Marta's worked on a few different things. She's Italian, unfortunately. God, I hate Italians. Good times. Yeah, so this is, we'll probably go over this when I get it. I'll find it funny. I will purposefully misinterpret everything. I will purposely misinterpret everything about Aetheryte because I find it funny. Now, Academia Arcanum is a little bit funny because this is done by someone actually in the blue server. A blue server person who I find to be a cretin. I say that very nicely if you are here, Moth, but you're a cretin, and I hate 95% of what you say. But yes, this is Moth from the blue server, if any of you know her. They need $20,000 for a weird rules light role-playing diceless game thing. They're not gonna get their money. They've got $422 of $22,000 because they thought it was going to take off immediately for reasons. Yeah, this person right here completely destroyed all their numbers, and I find that really funny. Don't do that. Stop them, Mateo. Kill them, Mateo. Preferably throw a brick at their head. Stop them before it's too late. Mashallah. Okay. So, let's go to, someone posted things in... Spartan, where did you post this? Am I fucking blind? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so... Oh lord, unformatted white text. Great. Cool, let's see. Ooh, okie-dokie. So, skill test minus test difficulty plus difficulty mods equal modifier. Okay, that's kind of... What the fuck does test difficulty? Modifier plus skill plus equipment mod. Medicine 40 varies, no difficulty mod. Gloves. Gloves give plus 10 medicine. 70 is the target number. That's... In no way will this be confusing to anybody involved. I can tell you that much. That's a little weird way of wording that. Let's see. Location D6. Done by rolling locational damage. A DR. Special stats from injury. This is the most broken one. Auto is always the best. Damage threshold. Reduce damage. If damage from attacks not higher, reduce all damage to 1. You're gonna have to fix the damage threshold when it comes to the auto, because the auto will either be the best or the worst. Depending on the situation. Half endurance. Rounded up plus armor. Reduce damage by... Weird. Maximum DR. Dice rolls. DR. Cannot remove below half. Damage higher than DR. Reduce DF. Drop this shit immediately, because that's just going to confuse everybody. Because, like, what that is effectively saying, if damage is higher than the DR, you're going to reduce the DR value. So it's the idea is like, how do we want to word this? You've effectively made a reduce, like, if Reduce damage by the difference if damage is like than DR. That's really weirdly worded. So let's see, half endurance rounded up plus armor. Reduce damage by difference if damage is less than the DR. So it's effectively, you will always end up breaking your DR, is how I'm seeing it. But you're also reducing it by your DR sometimes, if you feel like it. A little bit weird. Endurance seems really good for everything. Initial stats 5 plus double stat plus half luck rounded up. There you go. That's not terrible. We're not going to question that. 3 tag skill, invest in leveling up. 15 by calculation. Roll min, rolling ones 1, skill points. You're just remaking Fallout, by the way. You're making Fallout to be as like weird as possible. I'm trying to emulate it 1 for 1, and that's not really the best way of doing that because Fallout is very weird. Also, not apparently. Yes, it is. A little weird, but it'll work. A little weird, but see, I've been playing a lot of Fallout 4 recently, so I've been having to deal with all the Fallout math. Fun fact, Fallout 4 is a weirdly perfected game. It's a very strange thing to actually play. It is one of the most bizarre experiences of a game I've played in a while. For all of the wrong reasons. It's very strange. Because the thing in Fallout that's very interesting is that every single thing you do in Fallout 4 gives you something, or it leads you to do something else. It says, hey, if you go into this building, you will get a treasure chest at the end of it. Because there's always going to be a treasure chest at the end of it. Every single place you can go out and clear, there will be a treasure chest, a literal box usually, that has a bunch of gear in it. But none of the gear is useful, because there's not many weapons in the game. Like, that's the thing with Fallout 4 that's kind of weird. There aren't many weapons, but you're supposed to just mod the shit out of them. So they treat that as like a new kind of weapon. So it's like, well, this pistol has a hardened trigger, so it does extra bonus damage. And it's like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? And it's like, oh, okay. So, since there's no durability in Fallout 4, mind you, so you just are encouraged to scrap them, but it's never worth scrapping weapons, so you just pawn them off for like 10 fucking caps. It's like, oh, so you end up having all this weird gear all around you, and like, they don't have standard armor. No, they don't have like any standard armor. What you're supposed to do is strap shit to you. That's how they that is the you know, be all end all of how you're actually supposed to play the game, is to strap armor pieces to you. And like, wow, this is terrible. Like, this is awful. Why would anyone ever do this? It's the worst shit imaginable. Like, this is utterly awful. Like, let's go to itch. It's just such a fascinating game. The Dark Blade. Wow. Moonwalker. Space Age role-playing. Wow. Breathless. I don't know what Breathless is yet. I've looked at Breathless. I keep looking at Breathless, and I don't understand what the fuck it is. I'll have to ask Wusot for that. Orbital Blues. We've talked about Orbital Blues before. Dual. Setting neutral rules. Wow, never seen that fucking before. So you've got Moxie. Shadow Dark. Shadow Dark, everyone. It's Shadow Dark. Oh. What is this? It's Shadow Dark. Oh, man. I love Shadow Dark. It's the best game ever created. 50 years of innovation. Truly the best game ever. Oh. 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 Is there a fucking jam going on or something? Yeah, one-page jam, I guess. I'm usually not, I don't like partaking in those, yeah, one-pagers, because, I'm racist and no one likes me. Because I'm a terrible human being, that's the secret. I'm guessing a lot of these are part of the one-page RPG thing. That's from Corporation, fun fact. I know that, Arl. A freewheeling gonzo fantasy adventure. Gonzo. Wow. Wow. Gonzo fantasy role-playing. I've never seen that one before. Oh. Oh. All right. I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Addon. Hope that, let's see. If things go according to plan, tomorrow we will probably stream Bastard Bombs. So feel free to come by again and watch me play a gay game for gay men as we masculinely attempt to fuck over the island of Lukat. And I fuck up romancing my werewolf husband. Let's see. Do we have anything else fun and exciting? No, next week we're going to do 2 pretty light games, like relatively simply. Next week is going to be the user games. I am quite literally, it's going to be, I'm just going to go down the list. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to go down the list, and what games we get to, the games we're going to get to. Simple as. Yes, some user games that people submitted for in my server. I'm gonna be going over them next time. So next week, that is. I'm just gonna go through. I have been encouraged, like, just don't read anything and just go into it blind. I thought about doing that, but for like some of them, I don't plan on going in blind because I don't want to go in blind. I want to kind of give people, especially because I know some of them are pretty, like, what are they like? I don't really know. That's the thing, Mateo. I really don't know. We've got a few games from across the board because my server is mostly designers. Game designers, perverts, weirdos, autists, you know. The regular assortment of fuck-ups. But I love them. Kisu kisu. Yes. I'm gonna go. Godspeed. Good luck. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Yeah.